Check in. Let's do this. Who?
And before we get started again, we want to encourage everyone to attend our FFA Sale of Champions this Friday at 7 p.m. That event's going to be held at the Cheyenne Frontier Days headquarters. And then on Saturday, make your way right here to the Event Center at Archer for the Laramie County 4-H Livestock Sale. Please come out and support all of these amazing youth for their hard work and support the future of agriculture. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are underway. FFA Showmanship. Heat number 1, entering the ring, Landon Shea, Addison Aldersay, Reese West, Emma Burdick, Whitley Smalley, Andrea Rose, Kimber Allen, Blair Sanchez, Denny Wolfley, and Michaela Curlis. We're going to go ahead and take this time to introduce our judge today. Our judge today is Lexi Hunt. She's originally from Buckeye, Arizona, where she grew up heavily involved in the livestock industry. She recently obtained her bachelor's degree at Texas Tech University, where she also served as a member of the livestock judging team. During her time at Tech, she was named the high individual overall at the Cattlemen's Congress, National Western, and San Antonio Stock Show. Prior to that, she attended South Plains College, where she was also named the #1 junior college All-American, as well as the high individual overall at the North American. Lexi is looking forward to the opportunity to work with our young people and sort through today's livestock. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our judge, Lexi Hunt. All right, Class 2, please start making your way to the call gate. Tegan Durner, Taya Thompson, Kara Fogg, Bemley Watkins, Landon Thorup, Selena Millhouse, Cooper Bumgarner, Hannah Schick, Kason Bowman, and Tyler Sunderland. Once again, Heat 2, make your way to the gate call. Once again, Class 2, please be making your way to the gate. Second gate call, Class 2.
Well, good morning, and I'm extremely excited to be joining y'all today, not only to sort through your FFA show here this morning and then on to your 4-H show later on within the day. And when I boarded the plane yesterday in Oklahoma to get here and I left, it was 105 degrees with 80% humidity, and I was looking forward to the cooler weather, but I certainly wasn't expecting to wake up to 45 degrees this morning. So very thankful for the cool weather. I'm sure y'all are too. It certainly makes this experience just a little bit easier on us all. So with that being said, a really good group to go ahead and kick off our FFA showmanship division here. We're going to go ahead and keep 5 back out of this particular heat. I know we've got 2 more to go. Usually within showmanship, I go through and individually talk to every single kid on the things that I notice. They inform me that most of the people that are showing here within our FFA division will return later on in the day to also show in our 4-H showmanship. Therefore, I don't want to give too much away. So if for some reason you are just showing FFA and are not going to be returning for 4-H showmanship, you are always welcome to find me at some point within the day or after the show, ask me what I noticed or maybe why you didn't place exactly where you wanted here within showmanship. So with that being said, again, 5 back out of this particular heat, but if you would, let's congratulate every exhibitors within this first class of senior showmen.
All right, returning out of Class 1 is going to be Reese West, Whitley Smalley, Andrea Rose, Blair Sanchez, and Michaela Curlis. All right, Heat 2, start making your way to the ring. All right, Heat 2 coming in the ring, going to be Tegan Durner, Taya Thompson, Kara Fogg, Bemley Watkins, Landon Thorup, Selena Millhouse, Cooper Baumgartner, Hannah Schick, Kason Bowman, and Tyler Sunderland. All right, class. Heat 3, start making your way to the call area. Heat 3, Adeline Crowder, Mackenzie Merrill, Lana Johnson, Tegan Savage, Anthony Quick, Michael Epipare, Reagan Allen, Cooper Sanchez, and McKinley Sunderland. And if we could please only have exhibitors in the holding area. Exhibitors only, please.
Well, another good group, and we're going to go ahead and keep just 3 back out of this particular heat, but a very, very deep set all the way through, and certainly exhibitors that were just on the cusp of making it. Just one little thing that probably kept them from coming back here to our grand drive that we'll have here in a minute. But if you would, let's please congratulate all of our exhibitors here within our second class of FFA Showman.
All right, returning out of Heat 2 going to be Taya Thompson, Hannah Schick, and Kaysen Bowman. Once again, Heat 3, start making your way to the gate. We need McKinley Sunderland. McKinley Sunderland, please check in at the ring. McKinley Sunderland. Again, we want to thank our champion FFA Showmanship Buckle sponsor, Freeman Livestock. Make sure you guys go and check out their booth just outside the exhibit area. We appreciate you guys. Again, our buckle sponsor, Freeman Livestock. Heat 3 coming into the ring, you've got Adeline Crowder, Mackenzie Merrill, Lana Johnson, Tegan Savage, Anthony Quick, Michael Echepare, Reagan Allen, Cooper Sanchez, and McKinley Sunderland. Also want to take a quick second here to introduce our Laramie County Fair ambassadors. If you see these young individuals, please tell them thank you. Out representing the Laramie County Fair, Adeline Marcy, Kinsley Nessbaum, McKinley Sunderland, Emily Shuck, and Catalina Wolski.
Well, we've reached our final heat here within our FFA showmanship. And again, we're going to bring 3 exhibitors back out of this particular heat. A very good group all the way through. If you would, please congratulate them on a job well done.
All right, coming back out of Heat 3 is going to be Anthony Quick, Reagan Allen, and Cooper Sanchez. All right, coming in the ring, final drive, FFA showmanship, going to be Reese West, Whitley Smalley, Andrea Rose, Blair Sanchez, Michaela Curlis, Taya Thompson, Hannah Schick, Kason Bowman, Anthony Quick, Reagan Allen, and Cooper Sanchez.
Well, a really, really good group of FFA showmen to work through, and especially here on the top end, it is little differences and minute things. And, it's not always you as an exhibitor either, and sometimes our partner maybe just isn't the easiest to show or doesn't want to cooperate there with us in a certain instance. So, again, little minute things that sorted this group here on the top end. And like I said earlier when we started out showmanship, I love taking the opportunity to talk to each and every kid. Like I said, I'm holding out on that because I know that the majority of them are coming back here within our 4-H showmanship, and then we'll take the opportunity to go through and talk about some of the things that I noticed. With that being said, we are left with 2 exhibitors. We are not going to go ahead and talk about them until later today in the 4-H show when they return as well. I'll shake the hand of your champion and then your reserve, but if you would, let's please congratulate all of our FFA showmen on a tremendous job.
All right, your champion, FFA showman, is going to go to Reese West. And your reserve champ, Blair Sanchez. In 3rd place, Michaela Curlis. 4th place, Reagan Allen. 5th place, Kason Bowman. And 6th place, Hannah Schick. Once again, congratulations, all of our FFA showmen. Once again, congratulations, our FFA champion, Reese West. And a big thank you again to our champion FFA showman buckle sponsor, Freeman Livestock. All right, our FFA Market Lamb Show.
These are broken, just like this, right?
Headed to the ring, I'm need Kimber Allen, McKinley Sunderland, Cooper Sanchez, Mackenzie Merrill, Cooper Sanchez, and Blair Sanchez. Going super lightweight class 1, super lightweight class 1. Again, Kimber Allen, McKinley Sunderland, Cooper Sanchez, Mackenzie Merrill, Cooper Sanchez with 2, and Blair Sanchez. That is super lightweight class 1. That is your gate call. Again, asking all exhibitors, please remember to wear your back tag during our showman, all of our shows today. And for those of you guys that are out here in the crowd today, thank you guys for supporting the future of agriculture. I want to invite you guys again this Friday to the FFA Sale of Champions. It's going to be 7 p.m. at Cheyenne Frontier's headquarters. And then Saturday morning, starting at 9 a.m. right here at the Event Center at Archer, we're going to have our 4-H livestock sale. All right, entering the ring right now is going to be our super lightweight class 1. Kimber Allen, McKinley Sunderland, Cooper Sanchez with 2, Mackenzie Merrill, and Blair Sanchez. Got a quick minute right now, guys. Want to remind you guys, make sure you guys head over to Hot Shots Photography. They're just set up right over here in the exhibit area. They're taking pictures of all of our shows today. Make sure you guys go over there for all of your action shots, collaborations. They've got all the amazing pictures for the Laramie County Fair. Thank you again to Hot Shots Photography.
Well, a really nice way to go ahead and kick off our market sheep show here on our FFA side, and a very logical place for me to start. And the young lady's ewe lamb, she is probably not just the shortest bladed or the trimmest in the way that she's necessarily constructed up front, but from there back to come with this kind of squareness, shape, and spread and consistency down her top line, she is absolutely perfect in terms of her balance, her mold, and how everything fits together here for the profile. What I like about this sheep and appreciate about sheep, and you'll notice as we work through our classes today, sheep that can maintain their balance that's the same standing still as it is in motion, and with that kind of flexibility and build to her hind leg, very, very impressive. The ewe lamb that's going to sit in second, she's actually tidier in the shape to her neck, shorter in the length to her blade, cleaner there to the base of her chest than the ewe lamb that's going to go ahead and precede her. She too has got a really aggressive shape working down the top side of her skeleton, absolutely perfect there in the progression into her lower body and her flank line. For me, young man, her structure isn't probably built just as good. She is naturally wound tighter there in the middle of her spine, a ewe lamb that really wants to duck her hip, pretty stagnant there in the use to her hind leg when she goes in motion. If we free her up in terms of her top line and her hind leg, I certainly think it becomes a closer race up top because I like the way she's constructed up front a good deal. A very nice white sheep that's going to go ahead and land in 3, and I actually thought he had merit here against the ewe lamb because his loin forward and standing still, especially for a white sheep to come with that kind of construction, elevation, extension up front, very impressive, perfect there in the progression back to his flank line. He has got an uphill, an attractive image here from the profile. For me, young lady, when he goes in motion, he's built too tight and upright there in the build to his shoulder and his front structure. That's why he's never able to just naturally get his head and neck back over his body. If we free him up, lay him back in terms of his front structure, it certainly becomes a closer race because I like a lot of things about that sheep a good deal. A good pattern type of a ewe lamb that's going to go ahead and land in 4 here from the profile, young lady, short bladed, shoved up in terms of her chest floor, dead level there in terms of her top line. For me, when we get on top of the sheep, she is naturally just built flatter here in terms of her rib cage, a ewe lamb that's not nearly just as opened up there in terms of her pin set or true width underneath, a female that if we could just down her up, alter her ever so slightly in terms of the turn to her rib cage, it could become a closer race because I like her lines a good deal here from the profile. A very nice touching sheep that's going to go ahead and round out our top 5. Young lady, you've done a nice job feeding your project this far because he is round in terms of his body shape, creasy in terms of his muscle pattern. For me, his balance isn't quite as good here from the profile. Sheep that's naturally built shorter and just a shot thicker and coarser up front. He's got some extra set and curl there to his hind leg as well, but I like his touch a good deal. A very good way to go ahead and kick things off. If you would, please put your hands together for these 6 exhibitors.
All right, super lightweight, class 1. First place goes to Blair Sanchez. Second place, Cooper Sanchez. Third place, Kimber Allen. Fourth is Cooper Sanchez. Fifth, Mackenzie Merrill. And sixth, McKinley Sunderland. Super lightweight, class 2. Should be making your way to the ring. Should have Blair Sanchez, Whitley Smalley, Andrea Rose, Blair Sanchez, and Emma Burdick. Again, super lightweight, class number 2.
Well, another good class and another easy class winner that the young lady brings us. She's probably just a shot shorter and rounder there in the pitch to her hip and not absolutely perfect in the build or the size there to her hind leg. Young lady does a great job getting her shown because when she gets her drawn together here from the profile, she's actually better in terms of her neck attachment, her elevation, and extension versus the ewe-lamb that sits in second, where she dominates in this particular grouping. This view right here, she is the roundest in terms of her rib cage, the squarest and biggest there in the spread over her rack, the absolute squarest and biggest here in terms of her pin set and muscularity that she's got to offer here from behind. Again, young lady does a very nice job getting her presented as well. Parts and pieces of the ewe-lamb here in two, I like a good deal. Late in terms of her maturity curve, and accordingly, a long-bodied female. It's good in terms of her lines here from the profile. For me, young lady, we can pick on her when we get on top of the sheep. She's almost a rib too long, and it doesn't allow her to just turn perfect here in terms of her forerib and her body shape. A ewe-lamb that could be squared up ever so slightly there to the edge of her loin, opened up in terms of her pin set. I still don't think she probably offers just the same kind of a look and extension up front as the ewe-lamb that's going to go ahead and precede her, but her lines and her underline progression very, very good from there back. Parts and pieces of your sheep here in three, young man, I like a good deal too. He is thin-skinned and absolutely perfect here in terms of his hide texture and his tone down the top side of his skeleton. For me, I get a shot picky of him here from the profile, a sheep that's already starting to expose himself there on the front side of his breastbone. He's naturally just built shorter and rounder there in his hip. He is plainer in the shape there to his lower stifle. I think a sheep, if we could tone him back up front, amp him up there from behind, I certainly think he can move up the lineup. A wide constructed and very opened up type of a ewe-lamb. She is round bodied and big in the spread that she's got working down the top side of it. For me, young lady, her balance is also just a bit easier to pick on here from the profile, specifically from her loin back. She is naturally built shorter and rounder there in the pitch to her hip. She's got some extra set and curl there to her hind leg as well. But again, respect her power a good deal. Opposite end of the spectrum, the ewe-lamb that's going to go ahead and round out our top five, set back late in her maturity curve accordingly. A long-bodied female that's very level here from the profile. For me, young lady, when we get on top of the sheep, she is naturally just built the flattest there in terms of her rib cage. A ewe-lamb we need to open up, stouten up all the way through before she can move up any higher, but you've done a very nice job with her. A good class. Congratulations to these 5 exhibitors.
All right, class 2, going to go to Blair Sanchez. Second goes to Andrea Rose. Third goes back to Blair Sanchez. Fourth is Whitley Smalley. And rounding that out is going to be Emma Burdick. All right, super lightweight class 1. Get ready to come back in with our super lightweight class 2. All right, class 1 need Blair Sanchez and Cooper Sanchez. Out of class 2, Blair Sanchez and Andrea Rose. On deck need Kimber Allen and Blair Sanchez. On deck. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, when you guys get a little break in the action, make sure you check out our amazing vendors that are outside selling some awesome goods, keeping things going here at the Laramie County Fair.
Well, very pleased with the representatives that we get back out here within our first division of the FFA show. And if it's any indication of the quality that we are going to see today, I'm really, really excited to continue to work through your show. Just to recap really quick, we will in every division here so you understand what I'm seeing. I thought the pair of ewe lambs that came out of the first class, although different in areas both, very, very high quality females. And to talk about our two class winners in comparison, the ewe lamb that won the first class, she's actually genuinely bigger there in terms of her foot size. I prefer the build, the flex, the bend to her hind leg relative to the ewe lamb that sits in that came out of our last class. And with that, we talked about it. She is probably not just the longest neck. She is not the shortest bladed or the trimmest in the way she's constructed up front. But I think her balance fits together so good here from the profile. She maintains it, and it's the same view that you get in motion. The ewe lamb that won our last class, she is just a little shorter and rounder in the pitch to her hip, a little bit more refined there in terms of her actual foot size, and she's got some extra bend and set there built into her hind leg. Therefore, though, she rivals the ewe lamb out of the first class in terms of her altitude up front, elevation, cleanliness to the base of her chest. Obviously, she's got some weight and maturity on her, but she is big and square here in the shape that she's got working over her rack round in terms of her body shape opened up and her pin set. Again, we could reconstruct her ever so slightly in the way she's built out of her hip and hind leg. A good looking type of a ewe lamb that doesn't just offer just the same kind of width and spread all the way through. So I think we're going to take 6 out of this particular division. I'll start shaking hands of your champion through your 6th overall, but if you would, please congratulate our first division here within our FFA show.
All right, first place going to go to Blair Sanchez.
Right here in this super light, right? Over there.
Second place is going to go to Blair Sanchez. Third place goes Cooper Sanchez. Fourth place goes Reagan.
Kimber, right?
Oh, Kimber Allen, excuse me.
Blair's coming back in. Yeah. Okay, so then whose is that one? Yeah, Cooper. I don't know which one that is.
Fifth place goes Cooper Sanchez. And sixth place goes Andrea Rose. All right, FFA Lightweight Class 1. FFA Lightweight Class 1 going to be Kara Fogg, Taya Thompson, Cooper Sanchez, Landon Shee, Blair Sanchez, and Selena Millhouse. Once again, FFA Lightweight Class 1. All right, coming into the ring, ladies and gentlemen, going to be our FFA Market Lamb, lightweight class 1. Kara Fogg, Taya Thompson, Cooper Sanchez, Landon Shee, Blair Sanchez, and Selena Millhouse.
Well, only one class here within our lightweight division, but it's the same story as it's been for the past 2 classes. And the young lady brings us another very nice class winner. This sheep is so good here in terms of his lines, his balance here from the profile. My favorite view of this sheep is in motion. He has got an arrogance up front. Everything flows and goes the right direction. Very, very flexible and athletic there in terms of his image. Beautiful in terms of his touch and his shape here over his rack. He is not just the squarest or the biggest to the edge of his loin. He is not just the squarest or biggest in terms of his pin set either, but therefore a very, very nice sheep. The ewe that's going to go ahead and sit into more comfortable in terms of her maturity pattern and accordingly just her stretch and image here from the profile relative to what remains, especially the sheep that's going to go ahead and sit in third. She is really shoved up and clean there to the base of her chest, yet perfect in the progression back to her flank line. For me, young lady, when we get on the top of the sheep, although lean and expressive in the shape she's got working down the top side of her skeleton, she's naturally built flatter here in terms of her forearm. A female that's not nearly just as round and opened up there in terms of her body shape. She too is probably just a shot more petite there in terms of her foot size. Got some extra curl to her hind leg as well, but I like her lines and symmetry here from the profile a good deal. A very powerful type of a sheep that's going to go ahead and land in 3 of our entire class. He may be just the biggest here in the spread and shape over his rack, the round roundest bodied, genuinely just the widest and stoutest here from behind as well. For me, young lady, I'm not sure he's ever going to get much bigger than where he's at right now. He is pretty quick there in terms of his maturity pattern, consequently a sheep that's more compact off either end of his skeleton. If we can lengthen that sheep out, stretch him out in every direction, he could certainly move up higher. Opposite end of the spectrum, the sheep that's going to land in 4 certainly set back later in terms of his maturity curve, accordingly taller at the point of his shoulder, more elevated and extended in the way that he's designed off either end. For me, young man, when we get on top of the sheep, he's naturally built pretty closed up here in terms of his forerib and his rib cage, a sheep that needs to be opened up in terms of his pin set, amped up in terms of his fresh muscle shape that he's got working down the top side of his skeleton, but his lines are good here from the side. A wide constructed type of a female that's going to go ahead and round out our top 5. She is opened up there in terms of her rib cage and the spread down the top side of it. For me, young man, she too reads just a shot quicker there in terms of her maturity pattern. Consequently, she's lower in the way that she's set up front, shot deeper there to the base of her shoulder and her chest. And of our entire group, she is pushing just the most cover and condition there over her body wall as well. A female that we need to trim up in terms of her look up front and her composition before she can move up any higher, but very, very powerful. A good class. Congratulations to these exhibits.
All right, results from your FFA lightweight. In first place, going to go to Blair Sanchez. Second goes to Selena Millhouse. In third, Taya Thompson. Fourth, Landon Shee. Fifth is Cooper Sanchez. And sixth is Kara Fogg. Gate call right now, FFA medium weight class 1. Tyler Sunderland, Whitley Smalley, Adeline Crowder, Cooper Sanchez, and Lana Johnson. Once again, FFA medium weight class 1. All right, once again, ladies and gentlemen, FFA medium weight class 1. Coming into the ring right now going to be Tyler Sunderland, Whitley Smalley, Adeline Crowder, Cooper Sanchez, and Lana Johnson. Got a little break here, guys. Do want to remember just to thank all of our buckle sponsors for all of our FFA and 4-H shows. Our champion FFA showmanship sponsored by Freeman Livestock. Our 4-H junior showman banner, Capital Bank. Our 4-H intermediate, Uncle Fred's Catering. Our 4-H senior showman is Brian and Brittany Wilson. And our overall grand is going to go to Dave and Lisa Kiter, Raptor 2K Land and Livestock. Thank you guys for being buckle sponsors of the Laramie County Fair.
A nice class to go ahead and kick off our medium weight division, and a nice class winner to go ahead and lead us off. Here from the profile, young lady, you got a good looking sheep. Tall shouldered, extended in the way that he's constructed up front, the right kind of progression there back to his flank line. A sheep that actually comes with some added length of body. And for me, you know, probably not just the roundest body, the widest constructed sheep that we've seen all day. And that's probably where I hand it to the sheep that's going to go ahead and land in second. Thought his athleticism, his build, and lines here from the profile was the hardest to get around. The best touching and the heaviest muscled sheep in this particular lineup is going to land in second. Big and square, opened up, and the shape that he's got working over his rack, he is rounder in the turn to his rib cage, more opened up in terms of his pin set and shape down through his lower stifle than the sheep that sits directly ahead of him. For me, young man, his balance is just a bit off here from the profile. Sheep that's longer in terms of his shoulder blade and set just a shot deeper there to the base of his chest, yet really wants to suck up back to his lower abdomen, and then he's just a bit sharper there in the build to his hind leg as well. I couldn't get him to ever quite piece together right here from the profile, but certainly respect his touch, tone, and quality of handle. The ewe-lamb that's going to go ahead and set in 3, young lady, when you get your hands on her, she too is thin-hided and expressive and really good in the shape that she's got working over her rack. For me, when we step off to the side of her, although relatively tidy in the way she's constructed up front, she's almost just a rib too long, and it doesn't allow everything to balance and come together quite right here from the profile. A female that's more petite and fragile there in terms of her bone work, got some extra set built into her hind leg as well, but you've done a very nice job managing her. The ewe-lamb that's going to go ahead and sit in 4th, she is big-footed and really fuzzy there at the surface. For me, young man, her structure is just a bit easier to pick on. She is wound naturally tighter there in the middle of her spine. Consequently, she can never just relax here or in motion. A female that needs to be just a shot more flexible in the way she's built in terms of her top line and angularity off either end of her skeleton. The sheep that's going to go ahead and round out our top 5, he is set back late there in terms of his maturity curve. Accordingly, tall-shouldered, very extended in the way he's built off either end. For me, young lady, when we step in behind the sheep, he is just naturally built the flattest here in terms of his forerib, his rib cage, a sheep we need to open up and just down up all the way through before he can move up any higher. Done a nice job with him, though. A good class. Congratulations to these 5.
All right, medium weight, class 1. Winner's going to go to Lana Johnson. 2nd, Cooper Sanchez. 3rd, Whitley Smalley. 4th, Tyler Sunderland. And 5th, Adeline Crowder. Again, medium weight, class 1, be on standby. Medium weight, class 1, be on standby. All right, medium weight, class 2, coming into the ring right now should be Ryan Fairheim, Denny Wolfley, Ethan Baumberger, Kason Bowman, Trigg Sedman, and Taya Thompson. Once again, medium weight, class 2. All right, heavyweight class 1. Heavyweight class 1 is your first call. Heavyweight class 1, Landon Thorup, Whitley Smalley, Michaela Curlis, Reagan Allen, Ethan Baumberger, Trigg Sedman, Tegan Savage, Cooper Baumgartner, and Tegan Durner. Once again, heavyweight class 1, first call. You guys got a little time, but just be ready to go. Once again, medium weight, class 1, be on standby. Should be Lana Johnson, Cooper Sanchez, Whitley Smalley, Tyler Sunderland, and Adeline Crowder. Medium weight, class 1, be on standby.
Well, the heat has certainly turned up just a dial here as we've reached our last class within our medium weights. And if you want to hit me as a judge and understand the type of sheep that I like, the young man sheep comes very, very close to it. Here from the profile, that kind of altitude up front, elevation, yet cleanliness to the base of his shoulder and his chest floor, to come back with that kind of progression, swoop there to his underline, dead level in terms of his top line, and you get your hands on him. He is thin-skinned and absolutely perfect here in his touch and tone there over his rack. I'm not probably calling him just the roundest or wildest bodied sheep I've ever seen. I'm not calling him just the outright widest sheep I've ever seen, but he still backs it with real shape and muscularity. Absolutely perfect there in terms of his skeleton. A really, really good sheep to go ahead and lead us off. And another high-quality type of a wether that's going to go ahead and land here in second. Big-footed, stout-structured, and very fuzzy there at the surface. For me, young man, when we get our hands on him, although big in the spread here over his rack and out of his upper hip, he's actually pushing just some extra condition down here over his body wall. More importantly, here from the profile, could never get his balance to come together quite as good. Just a shot deeper there to the base of his shoulder and his chest. He never wants to hook up. Just perfect there in terms of his loin either. I know he wants to fight you here, but again, when that sheep goes in motion, very flexible, very athletic in terms of his image, just pushing some extra cover, and a sheep that's not nearly as good in terms of his lines there is our class winner. The sheep that's going to go ahead and land in three, he's actually got advantages versus the one that sits directly ahead of him. He is thin-skinned and really lean and grooved up here in the shape that he's got over his rack. Big, square, and opened up in terms of his pin set, full in the shape that he's got working down through his lower stifle. For me, young lady, his structure is a bit easier to pick on. When he goes in motion, he's naturally just built more upright in the angle to his shoulder. He, too, is just a shot tight there in the way that he wants to go and shuffle his hind leg from behind. He needs to be smoother in the way that he hooks up and transitions over his loin and on the front side of his hip. And I think if we free that sheep up ever so slightly, he's got merit to move up because his touch and tone and texture and muscle is very, very good. A powerful type of a wether that's going to go ahead and land here in four. Radical bodied, huge and square in the spread that he's got working down the top side of his skeleton. For me, young lady, very similar to the sheep you showed earlier, just a little bit quicker in terms of his maturity pattern. Consequently, he's shorter and thicker in the way that he's constructed up front. A sheep that's deeper there to the base of his shoulder and his chest. He needs to be elevated and extended off either end of his skeleton before he moves up any higher. Same story for the sheep that's going to go ahead and round out our top five. I didn't think he was probably just as grooved up and good in terms of his tone and texture of muscle here when you got your hands on him as the sheep that was going to land in four, but he's naturally a wide constructed sheep that's opened up all the way through. Again, for me, young man, not nearly as fresh there in the shape over his rack. A sheep that's built just a shot rounder off either end of his skeleton as well, but you've done a very nice job managing your show project. Already spoke to the young man here in six. A good class, an absolutely tremendous class winner. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
All right, medium weight class 2. Winner's going to go to Ethan Baumberger. Second, Kason Bowman. Third, Denny Wolfley. In fourth, Taya Thompson. Fifth, Trig Sedman. And sixth, Ryan Fairheim. All right, here we go. Coming back, we should have Lana Johnson, Ethan Baumberger, Cooper Sanchez, and Kason Bowman. Going final drive, medium weight lamb.
A very nice division to sort through, and as I said, we'll recap here each time within our divisions. A nice class and a nice pair of them that we get back out here. They are probably not just as geared up and in the same rig as what we had here in the last class. I just got done talking about the sheep that won the last class in terms of his line, symmetry, athleticism is as close to the mark as you can get here for me. A high-quality type of a sheep that's not nearly just as fresh in the way he's constructed up front or the way he touches there over his body wall, but again, a high-quality pair that came out of that last class. I'll shake you the hand of your champion all the way through your sixth overall. If you would, please congratulate our medium weight exhibitors.
All right, your champion, medium weight, gonna go. Ethan Bomberger. Your reserve gonna be Kason Bowman.
So I should have, who should come back in?
So third place in class 2 is Denny Wolf.
Should have Jenny Wolfley.
And in fourth, Taya Thompson.
And fourth, Taya Thompson.
What? Yeah. No profile, no button. Then I feel like
Third's gonna go to Denny Wolfley. Coming in should be Trig Sedman.
hey, Brian, check tag.
Sixth place gonna go to Cooper Sanchez.
Right?
And seventh place, Trig Sedman.
All right, so your champion in reserve, Ethan Bomberger.
Again, your champion, medium weight, goes to Ethan Bomberger, and your reserve goes to Kason Bowman. All right, gate call, heavyweight, class 1. Here we go. Heavyweight, class 1, looking for Landon Thorup, Whitley Smalley, Michaela Curlis, Reagan Allen, Ethan Bomberger, Trig Sedman, Tegan Savage, Cooper Baumgartner, and Tegan Durner. Again, FFA heavyweight, Margaret Lamb.
Well, just one class here within our heavyweight division, but a very good pair of them at the top end of it. And to tell you the differences and where the young lady's weather wins, he is so much better in terms of his spine and the way he naturally carries himself in motion. I'm not calling him just perfect there in the build to his hind leg, but I actually think he's got more natural set and flex built into it than the sheep that's going to go ahead and land in second. He is probably not just the tallest shouldered or the neatest there in the way that he's built up front. I'm okay with that. His lines still run the right direction. A really good touching sheep that's got the right kind of wedge and progression here back to his hip. Young lady's done a nice job with him. The sheep that's going to go ahead and land into, I'm going to say it even before we see the rest of the show, he is going to have the biggest set of running gear of anything that we've seen today. Big-footed, really stout structured and fuzzy there at the surface. A very high-quality sheep, and the young man does a great job getting him shown. So here from the profile, he's actually got more of an uphill image, and I like his lines and image here from the profile. Like I already kind of alluded, young man, when he goes in motion, he's naturally built straighter in terms of his shoulder and his front structure. He's wound tighter there in the middle of his back and more vertical in the natural build to his hock. And then we could open him up and square him up there in terms of his pin set. I think if we alter those things, it becomes a closer race up top because his pieces are certainly out there. The sheep that's going to go ahead and land in 3, when you get your hands on him, he is round-bodied and very fresh in the shape that he's got working over his rack. For me, young lady, when we step off to the side of the sheep, although relatively tidy there in the way he's constructed up front, from there back, we could reconstruct him to allow everything to just balance. A sheep that's naturally a bit shorter and rounder in the pitch to his hip. He's got some extra set built into his hind leg and just a shot fragile there in terms of his actual foot size and substance at the surface. But again, touch and tone is very good. Same story for the sheep that's going to go ahead and land in 4. From this view right here, opened up in his body shaped square in the spread that he's got over his rack. Yet the widest part of him is still his upper hip and shaped down there through his lower stifle. For me, young lady, he too is just a bit sharp there in the build to his hind leg, a bit fragile and refined there in terms of his actual foot size substance at the surface. When he goes in motion, he wants to come up ever so slightly there in the middle of his spine, shuffle and duck his hip and his hind leg. If we can make him just maintain the same image of balance that he does standing still, I certainly think he could be closer in the conversation. A high quality type of weather that's going to go ahead and round out our top 5, big-footed and very fuzzy at the surface. For me, young man, when we get our hands on him, he started to melt ever so slightly here in the shape over his rack. A sheep that needs to be opened up and squared up in terms of his pin set, amped up in the shape that he's got working here from behind, but I respect his quality a good deal. A very good class. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
All right, your heavyweight class winners goes to Michaela Curlis. Your reserve, Ethan Baumberger. In 3rd, Reagan Allen. In 4th, Whitley Smalley. In 5th, Trigg Sedman. 6th goes to Cooper Baumgartner. 7th goes Tegan Turner. And 8th goes to Landon Thorup. 9th, Tegan Savage. Our extra heavyweight class 1. Extra heavyweight class 1 coming into the ring right now. Going to be Hannah Schick, Cooper Sanchez, Reese West, Kason Bowman, Michaela Curlis, Michael Echeper, Reagan Allen, and Cooper Baumgartner.
Well, I apologize for taking just a second longer there, but probably just the closest decision to be made here and the closest trio of sheep that we've had in the ring so far today, and more so because they are totally different in terms of their type and kind, and there's so much trade-off between them. For me, the sheep that wins probably represents the quality of the sheep that's going to second, the handle quality of the one that's represented in the sheep there in third. I'll be the first to admit he is just a shot shorter up front and lower to the ground than I'm normally drawn to. Past that, I respect the fact that quality comes in different packages. He is absolutely thin in terms of his skin and his hide quality, beautiful, and he has been managed to perfection in terms of his touch and his tone there over his rack. Square in terms of his pin set, bubbly in the shape that he's got there working through his lower stifle. Like I said, he is not the most elevated. He is not the trendiest up front, but when the young man gets him stuck, his lines, his progression, everything still runs the right direction, fits together right here from the profile. Again, he was probably just the combination for me in this particular grouping. The sheep that's going to go ahead and land here in second, parts and pieces that read the absolute highest quality in terms of his foot size, his feature and fuzz there at the surface. You know, for me, young man, he's very, very flexible in the way that he's built and goes in motion. Again, of our top trio, he is easily pushing the most cover and condition down here over his body wall, although big and his spread over his rack, a sheep that could probably be dialed down ever so slightly in terms of the cover and fluff that he's got working. When he goes in motion too, he is built just a shot longer there in terms of his shoulder blade. He wants to fall apart and fall out there to the base of his shoulder and his chest. Again, like the sheep you showed earlier, we could trim him up, clean him up front, trim him up from a condition standpoint, and the race becomes a lot closer. Probably the sheep that gave me the biggest fits is going to land here in three, and because parts and pieces of him represent what I like in him after, probably a little bit better than the two ahead of him in terms of his height, the shoulder, elevation, extension up front, dead level there in terms of his top line, right in terms of the progression there to his flank line as well. For me, young lady, I just had to ask myself, you know, he's built just a shot shorter and rounder here in terms of his hip. He's got some extra length there built into his rear pastern. I didn't think he probably read with just the same quality, let off just the same kind of image as the two sheep that are going to go ahead and precede him. But like I said, I respect a lot of things about those sheep. He touches absolutely perfect. Done a very nice job getting him presented. The sheep that's going to land here in four, same story in terms of touch and tone, tight-hided, grooved up, and expressive in terms of his rack shape. For me, young lady, his profile doesn't come together just as good. A sheep that's almost a rib too long, and it doesn't allow him to progress quite right there in terms of his lower body, just a shot petite and fragile there in terms of his substance at the surface. It doesn't allow his balance to come together as nice here from the profile. The sheep that's going to go ahead and round out our top five here from the profile, tall-shouldered, good in terms of his lines and design. For me, young man, when we get on top of the sheep, he is built the flattest here in terms of his rib cage. He is naturally just built the narrowest there in terms of his pin set, and then a sheep that gets a shot upright in terms of his angularity off either end of his skeleton, but a high-quality sheep nonetheless. A really good class and a challenging trio of them at the top end. Congratulations to all these exhibitors.
All right, extra heavyweight Class 1 winner is going to go to Reese West. In two is going to be Kason Bowman. Third, Michaela Curlis. Fourth, Reagan Allen. Fifth, Cooper Sanchez. Sixth, Cooper Baumgartner. In seventh, Hannah Schick. And eighth, Michael Epichair. Once again, Class 1, be on standby. Class 1 extra heavyweight, be on standby. Coming into the ring now should be extra heavyweight Class 2. Kimber Allen, Taya Thompson, Anthony Quick, Bemley Watkins, Addison Aldersay, Tegan Derner, Parker McKinney, and Denny Wolfley. All right, got to pick up in the fire lane. If you have license plate County 3, truck 7920. Once again, County 3T 7920. Need you to move your truck immediately, please. You are blocking a fire lane. That's the front license plate. I like the back license plate. Different pickup. County 2 T5CD. County 2 T5CD. Blocking a fire lane. And a third one blocking a fire lane. We got Colorado Broncos license plate 781 RRD. Need those 3 pickups moved, please. You are blocking the fire lane.
Well, a nice way to go ahead and wrap up our market sheep show here on the heavyweight side, and an easy place for me to start. And the young lady's weather that does. I'll be the first to admit we could clean him up on the front side of his breastbone. He's just starting to expose his maturity ever so slightly there. But in this particular grouping, easily the most athletic in terms of his skeleton, easily the best in terms of his elevation, extension up front, his lines, his symmetry here from the profile. Very, very good. Congratulations to that young lady. lady. The sheep here in 2, very stout, big-footed, stout structured, absolutely overwhelming here in terms of his muscularity, the spread down the top side of his skeleton, his true width and power here from behind. I'll be honest, young man, he's pretty juicy for me, and with that, he's just a bit coarser in the way that he's constructed. A sheep that's coarser there in the lay to his shoulder, deeper to the base of his chest. We need to reconstruct him in the way that he hooks up there over his loin and on the front part of his hip. And again, probably just a bit too mature for my relative liking, but his power is certainly respectable in this particular grouping. I thought the decision was close because loin forward, I like a lot of things about your blue sheep here in 3, young lady. His tidiness, his elevation up front, he is dead level there in terms of his top line, the right kind of progression and sweep there to his lower lines as well. For me, just too upright there in the build to his hind legs, standing still or in motion, a sheep that could be lengthened out of his hip ever so slightly. He's got to have more flex and give there to his hind leg, and then I certainly think it becomes a closer conversation because he's got nice pieces. The sheep that's going to go ahead and land in 4, you've done a very nice job managing to a heavyweight. He is tight-hided and actually still really fresh in the shape there over his rack. For me, young lady, here from the profile, a sheep that's a bit longer there in terms of his blade, a bit coarser in the way that he's constructed up front. More importantly, he's pretty sharp and tight there in the build to his hind leg, a sheep we could reconstruct off either end of his skeleton before he can move up any higher. But like I said, you did a really nice job managing him because he touches good for a big heavyweight sheep. Same thing for the blue sheep that's going to round out our top 5. He is very lean and good in terms of his lines and extension here from the profile. For me, young lady, when we get on top of the sheep, naturally just built a bit flatter there in terms of his rib cage. He's almost a rib too long, and it never just allows himself to come together with the same image of balance here from the profile. We could dial him back ever so slightly in the build and flex and bend there to his hind leg as well. So a very good way to wrap up our show. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
All right, extra heavyweight class 2 winner is going to be Taya Thompson. Your reserve out of that's going to be Parker McKinney. 3rd, Kimber Allen. 4th, Denny Wolfley. 5th, Tegan Durner. 6th, Addison Aldersay. 7th, Anthony Quick. And 8th goes to Bemley Watkins. Once again, extra heavyweight class 2, be on standby. Entering the ring, I should have extra heavyweight class 1 champ and reserve. Looking for Reese West and Kason Bowman.
Who do I need out of class 2, right?
And out of class 2, looking for Taya Thompson and Parker McKinney.
A very nice division to go ahead and wrap up our FFA show. And to recap really quick, we had a very good class that kicked it off, and we had a trio of sheep that were extremely challenging within that particular lineup. I'm happy with the way we got them shook out when we get them back out here. We talked about the sheep that won that class, not the tallest shoulder, not the most elevated up front, but a high-quality sheep that is beautiful in terms of his touch and tone of muscle. His balance when he gets parked here from the profile, I could argue, is as good as any, especially in this particular division. The sheep that was second in that group, big-footed, stout-structured, very comfortable in terms of his skeleton. We talked about it, just a little chuffy in terms of the way that he's constructed up front. He's got the most cover, especially of that top trio working down over his body wall, but a high-quality sheep nonetheless. The class we just got wrapped up with and got done talking, the most athletic sheep won that particular grouping. I think relative to the sheep that stands ahead of him, we talked about it. He's exposed himself ever so slightly there in terms of his breastbone. I'm not sure he's just as good and firm and fresh there in terms of his handle quality, but again, you've done a very nice job managing that sheep. Very stout and powerful. Weather was second in that particular grouping, a little coarser in the way he's constructed all the way through. So I'll go ahead and start shaking hands here within our last division. If you would, though, please congratulate our super heavyweight exhibitors on a job well done.
All right, your champion. Gonna go to Reese West.
Coming in.
Coming in should be Michaela Curlis. Your reserve is going to be Kason Bowman.
She's in. They're already in.
Third's going to go to Michaela Curlis. And fourth place goes Taya Thompson. Fifth place goes Reagan Allen.
So we're gonna
And then Parker McKinney was fifth.
I think we're at 6.
It should be 6, right?
Yeah, we're good.
And 6 goes Parker McKinney.
Yeah, you can see that actually.
All right, we need all division winners back in the ring.
So it should just be this top row, right?
This and
All right, super light champion need Blair Sanchez. Lightweight Blair Sanchez. Medium weight's going to be Ethan Baumberger. Heavyweight Michaela Curlis. Super heavyweight Reese West. Our reserves out of that super light's going to be Blair Sanchez. Our lightweight Selena Millhouse. Medium weight's going to be Kason Bowman. Heavyweight reserve going to be Ethan Baumberger, and super heavyweight reserve Kason Bowman. Once again, need our champs and reserves back ringside, please. Again, after the conclusion of our FFA market show, we're going to have our FFA chapter pens of threes. Chapter, start thinking about your pens of threes. And then we're going to take about a 30-minute break, and then we're going to jump right into our 4-H showmanship. Once again, FFA chapter pens of threes. Start thinking about your chapter pens of threes. And then we're going to take about that 30-minute break and get ready for 4-H showmanship. Again, a great time, guys, to just thank our buckle sponsors. Our champion FFA showman is Freeman Livestock. Thank you to those guys. And then we jump onto our 4-H side. Our junior showmanship is Banner Capital Bank. Our intermediate showman is Uncle Fred's Catering. Our senior showman is Brian and Brittany Wilson. And then our overall grand champion buckle is going to be sponsored by Dave and Lisa Kiter, Raptor 2K Land and Livestock. Thank you guys very much. And as always, going to do another shameless plug. Our FFA Sale of Champions is going to be this Friday at 7 p.m. at the Cheyenne Frontier Days headquarters. Make sure you guys come out and check out that FFA Kiwanis Sale of Champions. And then on Saturday, jump right over here. We're going to be at the Event Center at Archer, 9 a.m. on Saturday for our 4-H livestock sale. We appreciate you guys coming out and supporting all of our youth and the future of agriculture. Once again, going to get our final drive right here. Bringing all of our champ and reserve class winners back into that ring. And then right at the conclusion of this, again, FFA chapter, start building your chapter pens of threes. Again, our FFA chapter pen of threes is going to be right after the conclusion of our final drive.
Well, I'm extremely pleased by the representatives that we've got back out here within our FFA show, and I figured leading up to the show, I knew there was going to be quality represented, and still, I've just been blown away by the depth of quality. The representatives we get back out here, and the two that we're going to go ahead and get you here is your Grand and Reserve within this particular show. And with that, no big grand dry speech. I know we've still got a 4-H show to get to this afternoon, so I will talk about it and recap our divisions really quick. We had a pair of ewe lambs that came out of our super light division, both extremely high quality females, and I'd be excited to continue to show them down the road. Obviously not just as ready to go, as opened up and overwhelming as some sheep that stand in directly behind them. The sheep that came out of our lightweight division was a runaway within that particular division. His foot size, his feature, his lines and quality, very good. We talked about it. He's got some issues there in terms of the way he hooks up in terms of his loin, wants to shoot up in his tail head, and we could reconstruct him from that standpoint to allow his balance to fit together a shot better here from the profile. Ewe lamb that was reserved in that particular division, good in terms of her lines, probably just needs to be opened up all the way through. Sheep that came out of The sheep that came out of our third division, I sound a lot quieter on this microphone. The sheep that came out of our third division, we talked about, and both times I've gotten to talk that sheep. If you want to nail me as a judge in terms of line, symmetry from the profile, athleticism, and build, that sheep comes as close to the mark as perfect to me. I just don't know how you could draw one better in terms of his genuine length of body, yet levelness is fine, underline progression, bend, flex, size to his undercarriage there. Very good and extremely high quality sheep. The sheep that was second in or reserve in that particular division, big footed, very flexible. We talked about it. We needed to trim him up, and the way he was constructed up front, trim him up there in the condition that he's pushing over his body, but a high quality sheep nonetheless. A beautiful touching sheep that came out of our division 4 here, tight heighted and very fresh in the shape that he's got working down the top side of his skeleton. He is not just the tallest shoulder thing when we get him parked here from the profile, and he is borderline just a little upright there in the build to his hind leg as well. A big-footed fuzzy sheep that was reserved in that particular division, little tighter there in the way he's made in terms of his spine and his hind leg. And then we had a challenging division to sort through and class that our top 3 out of this last division came through, and we get him back out here, and we just got done talking this sheep. Not only is he arguably just the best touching and managed sheep that we saw all day, but not the tallest shoulder thing ever. His balance, his lines are so good when we get him parked here from the profile, and for having that kind of shape and spread, still really flexible and appropriate and correct there in the build to his hind leg as well. The sheep that was reserved in that particular division, high quality, needs to be trimmed up everywhere. So again, I'm really excited for the pair that we're going to go ahead and select as your champion in reserve. They are not maybe the same in terms of their type and kind, and like I already mentioned today, I'm a firm believer that quality comes in different packages. I'm going to set the microphone down and show you those two, but if you would, let's all congratulate all of our FFA exhibitors on a tremendous job today.
All right, your champion's going to go to Ethan Bomberger. And your reserve goes to Reese West. All right, once again, congratulations, Ethan Bomberger, your champion, and reserve Reese West. FFA chapter, start building your chapter pen of threes. At the conclusion of our FFA chapter pen of threes, we will be taking a 30-minute break and then jumping right into our 4-H showmanship. During that break, guys, it's a great time to go check out all of our vendors outside, just right over here in the vendor area, and our good friends out there, Uncle Fred's, and all the other delicious food options on our midway. Again, thank you to our champion FFA Showman Buckle sponsor, Freeman Livestock, and our junior showman, Banner Capital Bank, our intermediate showman, Uncle Fred's Catering, our senior showman, Brian and Brittany Wilson, And our overall grand champion, Dave and Lisa Kiter, Raptor 2K Land and Livestock. Again, looking for our chapter, Pens of Threes. All right, once again, FFA chapters, get your Pens of Threes and make your way to the ring, please. Once again, chapter Pens of Threes, then we're going to take a 30-minute break, and then we'll jump right into our 4-H showmanship. Again, a great opportunity to invite everyone out to the FFA Sale of Champions. 7 p.m. this Friday at the Cheyenne Frontier Days headquarters. And then Saturday, make your way right here to the Event Center at Archer, 9 a.m. for our Laramie County 4-H livestock sale. Two great sales going to support the future of agriculture, so please come out and support all of our youth. And congratulations for all of our hard work. And thank you all for attending the Laramie County Fair.
FFA members, if you were top 4 in a division, please go back and get your picture taken immediately at the backdrop in your official dress with your sale animal. FFA members, if you are top 4 in the division, please go get your picture taken with the animal, preferably sooner than later.
All right, now entering the ring is your chapter, Pen of Threes.
Well, pretty quick to get our pen of threes lined up here. Obviously, sheep that we've worked through all morning and talked about all morning. And with that, you put these 3 sheep in a pen together and the kind of quality that we talked about, that all 3 of them represent very, very good. We've got a pen of 3 here that are all actually good touching sheep that people have managed beautifully. Probably not just as good here in areas. We talked about this sheep being just a shot coarser. And with that, the group that's going to go ahead and be third here in our pen of 3 have done an exceptional job with their projects. Probably not just as stout and overwhelming as some other sheep that we have represented out here. So again, a good way to wrap up and conclude our FFA show. If you would, please congratulate these chapters on a job well done.
All right, your champion, Pen of 3, goes to the Pine Bluffs FFA. Your reserve, the Burns FFA. And in third is the High Plains FFA. Oh, thank you guys very much for attending the FFA Market Lamb Show. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take about a 30-minute break, and then we will start back up with our 4-H showmanship contest.
We will be starting the 4-H Lamb Show at 11:50, beginning with senior showmanship. 4-H Lamb Senior Showmanship will begin in 10 minutes.
Okay, we are about 5 minutes away from senior showmanship, which we have 3 heats. Heat 1, Miley Lovato, Drayden Morrison, Reese West, Emberlyn Holtzclav, Leah Swallow, Leah Russell, Michaela Pinder, Rylan Lebovitz, and Syra Shank. 12:50, be lined up at the gate. Okay, let's get started. Senior Heat 1. Miley Lovato, Drayden Morrison, Reese West, Emberlyn Holtzclaw, Lavia Swallow, Leah Russell, Michaela Pinder, Rylan Lebovitz, and Cyrus Shank. Heat 2. Be thinking about it. Skyla Hockenberger, Emma Burdick, Andrea Rose, Reagan Allen, Blair Sanchez, Cooper Sanchez, Emily Shuck, Michaela Curlis, Taya Thompson. Just as a reminder today, all exhibitors, please remember to wear your back tag numbers during the show. Thank you to our showmanship buckle sponsors. Champion FFA Showman was sponsored by Freeman Livestock. Champion 4-H Junior Showman, sponsored by Banner Capital Bank. Champion 4-H Intermediate Showman, sponsored by Uncle Fred's Catering. And Champion 4-H Senior Showman, sponsored by Brian and Brittany Wilson. And the overall grand champion, Dave and Lisa Kiter with Raptor 2K Landon Livestock. Currently in the ring, we have Heat 1 of our senior showmanship out of 3 heats. Heat 2 should be at the gate, ready to go. Skyla Hockenberger, Emma Burdick, Andrea Rose, Blair Sanchez, Cooper Sanchez, Emily Shuck, Michaela Curlis, and Taya Thompson. Heat 3, start thinking about heading that way. Abby Wiley, Kara Fogg, Landon Thorup, Cooper Baumgartner, Hannah Schick, McKinley Sunderland, Mackenzie Merrill, Tegan Savage, and Michael Etcheper. Following all 3 divisions of showmanship, we will host a Pee Wee showmanship directly following junior showmanship. If you have a Pee Wee, please line up at the gate at the conclusion of the junior showmanship results. Final call for Heat 2, senior showmanship, Skyla Hockenberger, Emma Burdick, Andrea Rose, Blair Sanchez, Cooper Sanchez, Emily Shuck, Michaela Curlis, Taya Thompson. First official call, Heat 3, Abby Wiley, Kara Fogg, Landon Thorup, Cooper Baumgartner, Hannah Schick, McKinley Sunderland, Mackenzie Merrill, Tegan Savage, and Michael Etcheper. If you make it back from the heats, please make sure that you are waiting in the holding area. And as a reminder, only showmen are allowed in the waiting area.
Well, I had a lot of fun soaring through your FFA show this morning, and I'm really excited to get the time to work with your young people here this afternoon within our 4-H show. A very nice way to go ahead and kick off showmanship, and I said it earlier during FFA showmanship, I love to take the opportunity and talk to every single individual that comes through that gate on things that I notice and things that maybe kept them from either making it back or that they can work on moving forward. And now that we're here within the 4-H show, I can go ahead and do that. And like I said, if you showed earlier in the FFA show and you didn't return here for the 4-H show and you want to know what you could do different or what I noticed, please don't hesitate to find me after the show and we can discuss those things. So a great way to go ahead and kick off our senior showmanship. We're going to go ahead and ask 2 individuals to come back out of this particular heat. If you would, please put your hands together and congratulate all these exhibitors, though, and within our first class.
Returning from Heat 1, Reese West and Livea Swallow. Final call, Heat 3, I need you in the holding area. Abby Wiley, Kara Fogg, Landon Thorup, Cooper Baumgartner, Hannah Schick, McKinley Sunderland, Mackenzie Merrill, Tegan Savage, Michael Etcheper. Michael Etcheper to the holding area. Michael Etcheper to the holding area.
A very competitive heat that we've got out here, and we're going to go ahead and bring 4 back for our final drive. But if you would, please put your hands together for this group of senior showmen.
Returning from Heat 2, Michaela Curlis, Taya Thompson, Cooper Sanchez, Blair Sanchez. Coming in the ring, Heat 3. If you are returning from your heat, please be waiting in the waiting area.
A nice heat to go ahead and wrap up our senior showmanship divisions. We're going to go ahead and keep 3 back out of this particular class. Looking forward to working through them all here in a second within our final drive. If you would, though, please put your hands together for all of our exhibitors here within our last class.
Coming back from Heat 3, we have Mackenzie Merrill, Hannah Schick, and Cooper Baumgartner. Coming into the ring, Reese West, Livia Swallow, Blair Sanchez, Cooper Sanchez, Michaela Curlis, Taya Thompson, Cooper Baumgartner, Hannah Schick, and Mackenzie Merrill. I need my Heat 1 of intermediate showmen to head to the holding area. Allie Guess, Hattie Morrison, Quinn Schneider, Addison Aldersey, Ainsley Carpenter, Whitley Smalley, Liam Ojeda, Kimber Allen, Denny Wolfley, and Tegan Durner. Final call, Heat 1, Intermediate Market Showmanship, Allie Guess, Hattie Morrison, Quinn Schneider, Addison Aldersea, Ainsley Carpenter, Whitley Smalley, Liam Ojeda, Denny Wolfley, Tegan Durner. We need in the holding pin, Whitley Smalley. Final call.
Well, a very, very good group, senior showmen all the way through, and I believe we're left with the same trio that we were within FFA showmanship, and I don't hold that against them, and in my mind, I'm not thinking about how they did earlier, but more so, every time you hit the ring, you get a fair shake, and, you know, to deal with, you've got a different showmanship partner within this showmanship and within this show, and so I think that switches things up, and it's fun to have getting to see these kids show all morning long, come back out here again and get evaluated for showmanship. And I'm excited because I now get the opportunity to talk about them and the differences between them. So the young lady up front here within the 4-H show, you got a much better showmanship partner. And you and this sheep, I can tell the kind of time that you have spent with him. And I said, he's really sweet. And I don't think he's moved or made a mistake the entire time. And he cooperates and shows and probably is the easiest to show of our 3 sheep. But that's not to take anything away from you because that just shows the kind of dedication and time that you spent at home with him. You do a beautiful job in terms of your body positioning, your hand placement. I love your confidence, yet your demeanor out here. You are cool, calm, and collected. And every single time within our 4-H showmanship here, you have had that sheep dead on exactly where he needs to be, getting an appropriate drive out of him, yet maximizing him and making him look the absolute best he can. If I'm going to pick on you in one area, I thought we maybe struggled just a little bit more to show the sheep here in the middle, getting him stretched out where he needs to be, but on your own sheep, do a lights out good job. Young man right here has shown all day, obviously, and every time he gets on the front end of the sheep, he is hustling to get that sheep exactly where he needs to be. You can tell just his intensity, his determination to show every sheep the best he possibly can. And you know, here within this particular division, he probably doesn't have just as easy of a sheep to show, a sheep that's just a little softer there in terms of his top line, a sheep you got to work a little bit harder to get him to come together with the right kind of image here from the side. I commend his hustle. I commend his intensity. I thought when we switch sheep, and again, like I talked about, every single sheep he gets on the front end of, he does the best job of maximizing that project, understanding how he needs to show sheep differently in order to make them look the best they possibly can. Obviously, here at the end, you know, your sheep's wanting to fight you just a little bit more. That doesn't necessarily bother me. Like I said, showmanship is more about how you can make a certain project look, understanding a sheep and their good and their bad and what you need to show out of them. So young lady here on the end, so consistent all the way through, and every sheep you've shown, you set up the exact same way, and you are very efficient in terms of your leg placement, getting on the front end of your sheep and getting the absolute most out of them. For me, at times, if I'm going to pick on you at all, young lady, you tend to pull all your sheep's head forward. And at times, sometimes we need to bring their head back. Their head and neck needs to come just right out of the top side of their shoulder. Their noses can get just a shot elevated, making sure that we're pulling that down ever so slightly. It's being very picky, though, because you do as consistent of a job as we've seen. So, again, a really good set all the way through, a tremendous trio of them, and it's been a lot of fun to work with them, talk to them, and sort through them here, especially considering the fact this is the second time that we've evaluated showmanship today. So with that being said, I'll shake the hand of your champion through your 3rd overall senior showman, but please put your hands together for all of our senior showmen out here today.
Congratulations to Reese West as your champion senior showman. Reserve champion, Michaela Curlis. Third place, Blair Sanchez. Fourth place, Taya Thompson. Fifth place, Cooper Baumgartner. Sixth place, Hannah Schick. Seventh place, Cooper Sanchez. Eighth place, Mackenzie Merrill. And ninth place, Livia Swallow. Coming into the ring, we have our Heat 1 of intermediate showmen. Allie Guess, Hattie Morrison, Quinn Schneider, Addison Aldersey, Ainsley Carpenter, Whitley Smalley, Liam Ojeda, Denny Wolfley, and Tegan Durner. And headed to the holding ring, I need Heat 2, Brinley Cardona, Emily Watkins, Grace Baumgartner, Kason Bowman, Adeline Crowder, Marissa Merrill, Lana Johnson, Trigg Sedman, Farah Schmidl, and Bethany Gassner. Abby Wolfley, can you please come to the announcer stand? Abby Wolfley to the announcer stand. Coming back from Heat 1 for intermediate showmanship, Addison Aldersey, Whitley Smalley, and Denny Wolfley, please be waiting in the holding ring. Abby Wolfley to the announcer stand, please. Abby Wolfley to the announcer stand, please.
Well, we're going to go ahead and ask 3 to come back here out of our last heat of intermediate showmen. I'm getting excited to work with them here in a second within our final drive. If you would, though, please put your hands together for our last class of intermediates.
Coming back from Heat 2, Adeline Crowder, Kason Bowman, Grace Baumgartner. Coming back into the ring, we're going to add Addison Aldersea, Denny Wolfley, and Whitley Smalley coming back in for the drive. First call, Heat 1, Junior Showmanship. Kenzie Johnson, Lila Conklin, Jacob Poma, Ruby Wolfley, Quinsley Cardona, Rowdy Baker, Waylon Faree. If you have a little kiddo missing a shoe, I have the wheel up on my table. It's probably, oh, I don't know. It's an area, maybe a little girl's shoe.
Well, a very competitive group of intermediate showmen, and we're just left with two of them. And to talk about them in no particular order, the young lady up front just kept working her way up. Very consistent in terms of her leg placement, does a great job of getting her weather stretched out where he needs to be, getting a good and appropriate push out of him. If I'm going to pick on you at all, young lady, instead of reaching back every time and whacking on his hip, I'd honestly rather see you just tap that sheep's side if you want him to push up and drive harder into you. It's less distracting, makes less noise, and just looks a little bit better to the general eye. And at times we can get his nose pointed to the sky, working on bringing that back down and keeping that level. Little minute things, because you do a very consistent job. Young man back here, I've gone to watch show all morning, and his hustle and his drive is very admirable. And every sheep that he shows, you can tell that he wants to get the absolute most out of them that he possibly can. You know, and at times, young man, with that, you can get just a little bit amped up, and you need to maybe take a deep breath and slow down, and that would make your sheep act just a shot calmer as well. But of the three sheep you've shown, I think you do the best job of getting the absolute most out of this sheep, making sure that his weight is where it needs to be. And then I love your hand placement, your body positioning. Obviously, you've spent a lot of time at home with these sheep, getting them to drive and push back into you the way they do. Again, I appreciate your hustle, appreciate your intensity, and just the way that you operate on the front end of the sheep and trying to get the absolute most out of them every time. So I'll go ahead and shake the hand of your champion and then your reserve. But if we could, let's put our hands together for our intermediate showman.
Champion intermediate market showman goes to Kason Bowman. Reserve, Grace Baumgartner. Third, Denny Wolfley. Fourth, Whitley Smalley. Fifth, Addison Aldersea. And sixth, Adeline Crowder. Coming into the ring is Heat 1 of our junior market showmanship. Kenzie Johnson, Lila Conklin, Jacob Palma, Ruby Wolfley, Quinsley Cardona, Rowdy Baker, and Wayland Faree. First call, Heat 2, Guthrie Watkins, Holden Killian, Bryn Bulgren, Dawson Sedman, Olivia Johnson, and Daenerys Schmidl. Quinsley Cardona, make your way to the holding area. Final call, Quinsley Cardona to the holding area. We would like to thank our judge today, Lexi Hunt. She is originally from Buckeye, Arizona, where she grew up heavily involved in the livestock industry. Lexi recently obtained a bachelor's degree at Texas Tech University, where she also served as a member of the livestock judging team. During her time at Tech, she was named individual overall. She was named high individual overall at the Cattlemen's Congress, National Western, and San Antonio Stock Show. Prior to that, Lexi attended South Plains College, where she was also named the #1 junior college All-American, as well as the high individual overall at the North American. Lexi is looking forward to the opportunity to work with your young people and sort through their livestock. Thank you for coming, Lexi.
A nice way to go ahead and kick off our junior showmanship division. We're going to ask 3 individuals to come back out of this particular heat. I ask that we please put our hands together and congratulate all the exhibitors in our first class of junior showmen.
Coming back from Heat 1, Rowdy Baker, Jacob Palma, and Ruby Wolfley. Please make sure you're waiting in the area to come back in for the final heat. At the conclusion of junior showmanship, please, if you are a Pee-wee, line up at the gate for Pee-wee showmanship. As soon as that is over, we will get into the lamb show. Starting with white face, our Division 1 white face, and then Division 2, which is speckled Class 1. If you have lost an AirPod, there was one located in the women's bathroom, and it's currently on the table.
Well, a good way to go ahead and wrap up our junior showmanship divisions. We're going to go ahead and ask 3 to come back here out of this last class. If you would, though, please congratulate all 6 of these exhibitors on a job well done.
Coming back from Heat 2, Bryn Bolgren, Dawson Sedman, and Guthrie Watkins. Please make your way back over to the holding area to come back in for your final heat. Again, if you're a Pee Wee showman, make sure you're lined up at the gate following the conclusion of the champion drive of the junior showman. As a reminder, please make sure that you get to the backdrop to get your picture taken. If you are going to sell your market lamb in the sale on Saturday, you must have a sale picture taken. So after you leave the ring, go get your picture taken at the backdrop. Thank you. And one more reminder, don't forget to fill out your sale card. Your sale card is required, and so is your backdrop picture. If you are champion in reserve in showmanship, you qualify for round robin, which will be held Friday morning here in this ring. Please make sure that you fill out the drop form if you are interested in that. Again, round robin, Friday morning, fill out the drop form. The drop form is in your email.
Well, a very competitive group of junior showmen all the way through. We're left with two young ladies to talk about in no particular order. The young lady up front has done the most consistent job the whole way through in terms of feet placement and actually getting back there and setting her back legs, understanding how far her weather needs to be stretched, and then doing a good job of positioning her body on the front end of him. And with that, young lady, if I'm going to pick on you at all, and I know you've got a big sheep and he seems just a little heavier in terms of his head, he wants to get a little lazy with his head and his neck and making sure that we're pushing that up and back as much as we can. But in terms of consistency of setting him up, getting his top line down, getting his feet where they need to be, as good of a job as any. Young lady here in the back, I know we're struggling with this sheep just a little bit, and you've got a really big sheep, and he maybe doesn't want to cooperate the best with you, especially there on the move. I'm not going to hold that against you too much because you do the absolute best job in terms of your body placement, absolutely absolutely getting the most out of your sheep up front and understanding where his head needs to be, understanding where his neck needs to be. And with that, I appreciate your hustle to try to get your wether set up and where he needs to be at all times. Obviously, he doesn't want to just work with you perfect there on the move, but I commend you sticking with it and keeping at it. So a very good group all the way through. I'll shake the hand of your champion and then your reserve, but let's put our hands together for our junior showman.
Champion junior showman goes to Ruby Wolfley. Reserve champion showman Dawson Sedman. Third place, Bryn Bulgren. Fourth place, Rowdy Baker. Fifth place, Jacob Palma. And sixth place, Guthrie Watkins. Good job, guys. Coming into the ring now are Pee Wee showmen. On deck, please think about it. Class 1, Whiteface, Skyla Hockenberger, Brinley Cardona, Cooper Baumgartner, McKinley Sunderland, followed by Class 1 of Speckled Face, Addison Aldersea, and Quinsley Cardona. If we can have a round of applause for all of our Pee Wee showmen. They did such a great job.
Yeah, and I'll second that. This is my favorite division to sort in every single show, and I actually think this is the biggest group of Pee Wee showmen that I've ever seen at any show across the country. So you should be proud and you should be excited of what your future looks like within this county and the quality of your showmen. So as they exit the ring, let's give them the biggest round of applause today.
All right, let's kick off this lamb show starting with the white-faced division. Skyla Hockenberger, Brinley Cardona, Cooper Baumgartner, and McKinley Sunderland are going to be coming in the gate, followed by Class 1 of speckled face, Addison Aldersea, Quinsley Cardona. In Class 2 speckled face, Michaela Pinder, Sophia Stengel, Quinsley Cardona, Brinley Cardona, Guthrie Watkins, Landon Thorup, and Demi Kriz. As we sort through these classes, you might notice some of the class breaks are uneven. Please consider that the weights were pretty spread out, so we did have to slim up some of our classes to make the weights more manageable. As we sort through our first class of the market show, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all of the people that helped put on the Laramie County Fair, including all of our ring stewardess today and our Laramie County Fair ambassadors, Adeline Marcy, Kinsley Nussbaum, McKinley Sunderland, Emily Shuck, and Catalina Walski.
Well, just one class here within our white-face division to go ahead and kick off our 4-H market show, but a very good class winner in the young man's weather that does so. I'll be the first to admit, just a little shorter and rounder there in the pitch to his hip. Past that, in this particular grouping, easily the freshest in the shape that he's got working down the top side of his skeleton, easily the best in terms of his balance and proportions here from the profile. Young man does a nice job getting him shown. The ewe lamb that's going to go ahead and sit in second second. She is round-bodied, really big in the spread that she's got working down the top side of it, big and bubbly in the shape that she's got from behind. For me, young lady, her image doesn't come together quite as good here from the profile. A little longer in terms of her blade. We could drop her ever so slightly back to her rear flank to help her underline progression. And then I don't think she's just as fresh in terms of her touch. She's got some extra cover and fluff there over her body wall, but very wide and powerful all the way through. A late mature and good looking type of a weather is going to go ahead and land in 3. Tall shouldered, extremely up and out in the way that he's constructed up front. For me, young lady, he's just a bit tighter there in the way that he draws back to his lower flank and abdomen. When we get on top of the sheep, he's naturally just built a shot flatter, a shot narrower all the way through, but he's got a good look here from the profile. It's the same story for the sheep that's going to go ahead and land in 4. Tall shouldered, very extended. We need to open him up in his rib cage. We need to amp him up in terms of his muscularity all the way through. A good class. Congratulations to these 4 exhibitors.
Results of the Whiteface Division. Champion Whiteface goes to Cooper Baumgartner. Reserve champion Skyla Hockenberg. 3rd place, Brindley Cardona. 4th place, McKinley Sunderland. Coming in to start the speckled class. Hold on. Quinsley Cardona, we are waiting for you in the holding ring. Speckled Class 1, Addison Aldersea, Quinsley Cardona. Class 2, make your way to the holding ring. Michaela Pinder, Sophia Stengel, Quinsley Cardona again, Brindley Cardona, Guthrie Watkins, Landon Thorup, and Demi Kriz.
Well, a good pair of sheep to go ahead and kick off our speckle face division, and totally different in the type and the kind that they represent. The young lady sheep that wins does so from this view right here. Rounder in terms of his body shape, bigger and square in the spread there over his rack, bigger and more opened up there in terms of his pin set and his view from behind. I actually call his balance just a shot better here from the profile as well. Now he is just a shot shorter coupled and just a bit more compact there off either end of his skeleton. That's where I actually like the young lady sheep here in second, a shot back better. He is set back later in terms of his maturity curve. Accordingly, he comes with more height the shoulder, more elevation and extension ahead of it. For me, young lady, when we get on top of the sheep, he's naturally built just a shot flatter here in terms of his forerib, his actual body shape, and then on top of it, a bit shorter and rounder there out of his upper hip. He's got some extra curl to his hind leg as well, but there forward, I like a lot of things about the sheep. Again, a good pair. Congratulations to those 2 young ladies.
First place out of Class 1, Addison Aldersea, and second place is Quinsley Cardona. Please go back over to the holding area for the final drive. Coming in is Class 2. Class 3, first call, Hattie Morrison, Abby Wiley, Dugan Kriz.
nice second class here within our speckle face division, and a very logical place for me to start in the young ladies' weather that does so. His balance, lines, and symmetry are the absolute best in this particular grouping. He's built the longest and levelest there in terms of his hip. He offers just the most elevation, altitude up front, substance at the surface, a high quality sheep to go ahead and lead us off. Young lady's doing a very nice job showing her sheep that she's got here in second. I thought he was a shot leaner compositionally and a bit fresher there, especially at the front side of his breastbone relative to the sheep that's going to go ahead and land in two. He gets beat because he's not nearly just as opened up and square here in terms of his pin set. Sheep that's built just a shot rounder there in the pitch to his hip and has got some extra set built into his hind leg. She's done a very nice job with your sheep. The weather that's going to go ahead and land in three when you get on top of him may just be the roundest bodied and the biggest in his spread and dimension down the top side of it. For me, young man, he falls out when we go ahead and study him here from the profile. A sheep that's starting to show his maturity ever so slightly there at the front part of his shoulder and his breastbone. Accordingly, he's pushing just the most cover and condition there over his body wall relative to the two sheep that sit ahead of him. We could probably lengthen him and level him out of his hip as well. On the contrary, young lady, I like a lot of things about your ewe lamb here from the profile. Tall shouldered, built dead level in terms of her top line, right kind of progression to her underline as well. I get picky on her there at the surface, just a shot fragile and refined there in terms of her bone work. A ewe lamb that's a bit sharper in terms of her hock, but has got some extra set built into her hind leg as well. I don't know if I call her just as high quality in terms of the image that she lets off here from the side as the sheep that are going to go ahead and stand directly ahead of her. Same story for the ewe lamb that's going to go ahead and conclude. Our top five, late maturing, very good in terms of her length and levelness of lines here from the profile. I think a sheep when we get on top of them that's naturally just built a shot flatter all the way through, a sheep we could open up, square up in terms of her pin set, amp up in terms of her substance there at the surface as well. A good class. Congratulations to these six.
Results of Class 2, first place, Michaela Pinder. Second place, Quinsley Cardona. Third place, Landon Thorup. Fourth place, Brinley Cardona. Fifth place, Guthrie Watkins. And sixth place, Sophia Stengel. Michaela and Quinsley, please make sure you go back to the holding area for the final drive. Coming into the ring is our final class of Speckled, Hattie Morrison, Abby Wiley, and Dugan Crids, followed by the Speckled Grand Drive.
Well, a nice trio to go ahead and wrap up our speckle face division, and just the highest quality sheep is going to go ahead and kick us off. I'm not sure he's necessarily just the freshest or the leanest here when we get our hands over him and down into his elbow pocket. But here from the profile, tall-shouldered, very extended in every direction, very flexible in the way he's built underneath as well. The sheep that's going to land in second, probably built square and more opened up there in terms of his pin set, fuller in the shape that he's got working down through his lower leg. For me, young lady, he's built just a shot rougher off either end of his skeleton, bit shorter and thicker up front, a sheep that could be reconstructed in the build to his hip and his hind leg as well. The weather that's going to go ahead and round out our top three, he is tight-hided and really expressive in terms of his muscle shape and pattern down the top side of his skeleton. For me, young man, his balance doesn't come together quite right here from the profile. Sheep that's really full in the middle part of his body, wants to roll up in his spine, built a shot tighter off either end, but really opened up all the way through. Congratulations to those three exhibitors.
Results of Class 3, first place Abby Wiley, second place Hattie Morrison, and third place Dugan Chris. Can I please have the winners of the last three classes back for the drive? First, in Class 1, Addison Alderstein, Quinsley Cardona. In the second class, Michaela Pinder and Quinsley Cardona. And the third class, Abby Wiley and Hattie Morrison. Headed to the holding ring should be AOB Class 1, Ryan Fairherm, Jacob Poma, Blair Sanchez, Adeline Crowder.
Well, a nice division that we've had here, and just to talk about our representatives that we got back out of our first class, the young lady sheep that won that particular grouping, pound for pound, probably just the stoutest sheep out here in terms of his rack shape, the width there to his pin set and his spread down the top side of his skeleton. We talked about it in class. He's probably just a bit quicker in terms of his maturity pattern. Consequently, he's already just a bit coarser in the way he's constructed up front, a little bit shorter in terms of his upper hip. But again, the most powerful powerful sheep in the lineup. The wether that was second in that particular class, tall-shouldered and good-looking, just a little flatter in the way he's constructed all the way through. We had a really neat design type of a sheep that came out of our middle class here from the profile. My absolute favorite in terms of his height, the shoulder, altitude up front, length of body, length and levelness of hip is very, very good. We get on top of the sheep, and he probably just isn't as big in terms of his spread and shape there over his rack. A sheep we could open up and square up in terms of his pin set ever so slightly, but I love his pattern here from the profile. The wether that was second in that particular class, parts and pieces, we liked a good deal. We talked about he's not nearly just as fresh when we get our hands on him. Sheep that's got some extra set there to his hind leg as well. A good pair of heavyweights. The wether that won, tall-shouldered and good looking, probably not just as fresh to the handle as the sheep that are going to go ahead and stand directly ahead of him. And the sheep that was second in that particular grouping, square in terms of his upper hip, again, needs to be leaner compositionally. So I think a close call to be made here between your champion and reserve. Very different in terms of the type and the kind that they represent, but both good sheep. I'll shake the hand of your champion and then your reserve, but could we please put our hands together for our speckle face exhibitors?
Results of your speckled face division: champion speckled face lamb exhibited by Michaela Pinder and reserve by Addison Aldersea. As a reminder, all champion and reserve from every division will come back at the end for the overall grand champion market lamb. Coming into the ring is Class 1 AOB, Ryan Fayerherm, Jacob Palma, Blair Sanchez, and Adeline Crowder. On deck, we have AOB Class 2, Liam Ojeda, Tegan Durner, Grace Baumgartner, and Mackenzie Merrill.
A really good class winner to go ahead and kick off our AOB division, and just extremely high quality, big-footed, fuzzy, and stout there at the surface. When the young lady gets her propped up here from the profile, that's an uphill image that's still perfect in terms of her line, the progression there to her lower body. You know, in motion, she wants to roll up ever so slightly in the middle of her back and duck her hip. It doesn't bother me because she's still built extremely flexible underneath. A high-quality individual to go ahead and kick us off. A nice sheep that's going to go ahead and and land here in 2 as well. And from this view right here, he is opened up in terms of his body shape, big in the spread that he's got down the top side of it. For me, young man, he's just a little fragile there in terms of his bone work and the substance that he's got to offer there at the surface. A sheep we could open up and square up in terms of his pin set to match what he's got working ahead of it. Done a nice job with him, though. Lean made and a good pattern type of a south down weather that's going to go ahead and sit here in 3. Tall shouldered, long bodied. We get on top of the sheep. He's naturally just built a shot more apex there in terms of his rib cage. A sheep we need to amp up in terms of the spread and shape he's got to offer down through his lower leg as well. I thought he was leaner compositionally and fresher in the way that he was constructed up front than the young man sheep that's going to go ahead and land here in 4. But on the contrary, young man, your sheep in 4th, bigger footed, stouter structured, just bulkier all the way through than the weather that preceded him. He's probably just a little bit past his prime and has started to fall out in terms of his lower shoulder and his breastbone, a sheep that we could lean up and trim up compositionally as well. Good class. Congratulations to those 4.
Results of Class 1 AOB: first place Blair Sanchez, second place Jacob Holma, third place Adeline Crowder, and fourth place Ryan Fairherm.
A nice class and a logical place to start, and the young lady's weather that does so. He offers just more elevation and altitude than the ewe-lamb that's going to land in 2. He's trimmer pattern and leaner compositionally than the weather that's going to land in 3. Here from the profile, it's an uphill image that's correct in terms of his lines, the flexibility and build to his hind legs, very good as well. Congratulations to that young lady. The ewe-lamb here in 2, very overwhelming. Round-bodied, huge and massive in her spread that she's got down the top side of her skeleton. For me, young man here from the profile, little more compact off either end. She's set deeper there to the base of her shoulder and her chest. Everything is just a bit more compact off either end, but very powerful all the way through. Young lady's weather that's going to go ahead and land here in 3. Attractive in terms of his length and levelness of lines here from the profile. He's probably just past 12 o'clock, and it shows in his maturity in his head and his neck. A sheep that's longer in terms of his blade, shot deeper there to the base of his chest and pushing some extra cover and fluff there over his body wall. But at 1 point. I think his design and pattern was very nice. A late maturing long body type of a sheep that's going to go ahead and round out our top 4. We get on top of him, young lady. He's naturally just built. The narrowest, most closed up all the way through. Sheep we need to open up and amp up all the way before he can move up any higher. But you're doing a good job hanging with him. Congratulations to those 4.
Results of Class 2 AOB. First place, Grace Baumgartner. Second place, Liam Ojeda. Third place, Tegan Durner. And fourth place, Mackenzie Merrill. Can I please have Blair Sanchez and Jacob Holma from Class 1 and Grace Baumgartner and Liam Ojeda from Class 2 to come back for the AOB overall grand drive? First call, natural Class 1, Allie Guess, Livia Swallow, Michaela Curlis, Kara Fogg, Holden Killian, Lana Johnson, Farah Schmidl, and Michael Etcheper. Liam Ojeda, please come back to the ring. Liam Ojeda, please come back to the ring for the drive of the AOB division.
A nice division to go ahead and wrap up our off-breeds here and to recap like we have done every time. The ewe lamb that came out of the first class, extremely high quality. Her balance, her lines, her build underneath, second to none in this particular grouping. The weather that was second in that class, we talked about loin forward. He's got a lot of spread. Needs to be amped up there in terms of his upper hip and substance at the surface. A good-looking type of a sheep that won this last class. He's probably not naturally built as round in terms of his rib cage, as big and opened up, and his spread and dimension down the top side of his skeleton is the ewe lamb that stands directly ahead of him. Opposite end of the spectrum, a powerful type of a sheep. It's not nearly just as neat in the way she's constructed up front. So an easy decision to be made here in my mind. Please put your hands together for our AOB exhibitors.
Champion AOB exhibited by Blair Sanchez. Reserve champion AOB exhibited by Grace Baumgartner. Natural Class 1 is headed into the ring, followed by the last call for a Natural Class 2, Leah Russell, Whitley Smalley, Denny Wolfley, Rowdy Baker, Taya Thompson, Wayland Furry, and Bryn Bulgren.
Well, a very nice class winner to go ahead and kick off our natural division here. If I'm going to pick on him in an area, he is not just perfect in the flex there to his hind leg. He's borderline just a little tight for me. But this look right here, I don't know what more you could ask for in terms of his tidiness up front, short-bladed, shoved up there to the base of his sternum. What I like about this sheep is coming for that kind of wedge up front. He is still big and upstanding and fresh in the shape that he's got over his rack. The widest part of him still is the shape here to his lower leg. Like I said, his length, levelness of lines, pattern here from the profile, very, very nice. I thought there was trade-off between the next three sheep. Probably just the next highest quality whether is going to land here in two. Big-footed, stout structure type of a sheep that's got a good shape here working down the top side of his skeleton. For me, young lady, he's not naturally just built wide enough there at the surface. A sheep that wants to come apart in terms of his balance right behind his blade, just a little bit rounder there in the construction to his hip as well. Same story for the sheep that's going to go ahead and land here in three. Length of body is very good, extremely flexible at the surface. He's naturally built just a shot flatter here in terms of his body shape. A sheep we could open up here to the edge of his loin and his upper hip. I thought his flexibility and build up front was just a shot more tolerable than the weather that's going to land here in four. On the flip side, the sheep here in fourth, actually bigger and squarer and more grooved up in the shape and expression over his rack. He is big, square, and opened up there in terms of his pin set as well. For me, young lady, his maturity pattern reads a little quick and he reads a little mature there in terms of his head. More importantly, he's just too upright there in the build to his shoulder and his front structure. He needs more flex and bend built into his rear skeleton as well. A late maturing tall shoulder type of weather is going to round out our top five. We get on top of the sheep, young lady. He gives up the most in terms of true turn there to his rib cage. Sheep that just needs more punch and power all the way through. A good class and a really, really good class winner. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Results of Class 1 in the natural division. First place, Michaela Curlis. Second place, Allie Guess. Third place, Livea Swallow. Fourth place, Kara Fogg. Fifth place, Lana Johnson. Sixth place, Michael Etcheper. Seventh place, Holden Killian. And eighth place is Farrah Schmidl. Coming in to the ring is Natural Class 2, followed by the Drive of the Natural Division.
A nice class. I think conversation to be had 2 through 4, and an easy place for me to start. Probably not just the kind of sheep that I chase, because he's just a little short and compact off either end, but the highest quality in this particular grouping. And where this sheep gains ground, he is easily the best in the build to his hind leg. He is easily the most flexible in the way that he utilizes it when the sheep go in motion. When you get on top of him, he is big and radical there in terms of his rib cage, square and fresh in the shape over his rack, opened up and massive in the shape that he's got working down through his lower leg. Young lady does a very nice job getting him shown. So although not the most extended up front, everything still fits together right here from the profile. The sheep that's going to go ahead and land in 2, actually taller at the point of his shoulder, longer bodied and hip type of a weather that's got a beautiful touch and tone. He is thin-hided and extremely expressive in terms of his muscle pattern. For me, young lady, when he goes in motion, he's pretty tight and wound up there in the build to his hind leg. We can make his actual foot size just a shot bigger. If he goes more flexible in motion, relaxes there in the middle of his back, the conversation could become closer. Parts and pieces of the weather that's going to go ahead and land in 3, read with a lot of quality, bigger footed and stouter structure than the sheep that's going to sit in second. From this view right here, he's got a beautiful turn there to his rib cage, fresh in the shape that he's working down the top side of it. For me, young man, this view right here, I can never get his balance to come together quite right. Sheep that's built just a shot shorter and thicker up front, bit rounder there to the base of his blade, a shot rounder there in the way that he's built out of his hind leg as well. You're doing a great job with him though. On the contrary, the sheep that's going to land here in 4th, later in his maturity curve, very tall shouldered, up and out up front, and extremely flexible in the way that he's built underneath. For me, when we get on top of the sheep, young lady, of our top 4, he is the flattest here in terms of his body shape. He's the most nondescript in terms of his muscularity there over his rack. A sheep we need to open up and make stouter out of his pin set before he can go ahead and move up any higher. It's the same story for the weather that's going to go ahead and round out our top 5. Big-footed and very stout in terms of his structure at the surface. A sheep that reads with a lot of quality. When we get on top of him, naturally a little flatter in terms of his rib cage. He started to roll off and plane off in terms of the shape there over his rack. We need to bust him open and open him up in his pin set and view from behind. A good class. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Results of Natural Class 2. Taya Thompson, 1st place. 2nd place, Denny Wolfley. 3rd place, Rowdy Baker. 4th place, Whitley Smalley. 5th place, Leah Russell. 6th place, Waylon Free. And 7th place, Bryn Bulgrim. Can I please have 1st and 2nd out of Class 1 and 2 back for the drive? Followed by Hamp Class 1, Maylee Lovato, Emma Burdick, Cooper Sanchez, and Guthrie Watkins.
Very pleased with our natural division that we've had here, and excited to continue to work through your other breeds to come. And with that being said, to recap really quick, the sheep that came out of the 1st class, we talked about, and as much as any sheep we've seen today in terms of his lines, his silhouette and symmetry here from the profile, so good and wedged perfect in terms of his shoulder blade, wedged up tight there in terms of his chest floor. Very, very high quality in terms of his image here from the profile. Sheep that was 2nd in that class, big pieces, a little bit flatter in terms of the way that he's constructed all the way through. Just the most powerful sheep that probably came through the ring within this division 1. Our last class, radical bodied, huge in terms of his spread all the way through. For me, young lady, we touched on it, just a little bit shorter and more compact in the way that he's constructed off either end. On the contrary, a taller shouldered sheep that touches beautifully needs to be more flexible in the way he's built from behind. So again, a clear decision to be made here for me. Let's put our hands together for our natural colored exhibitors.
Champion Natural Market Lamb exhibited by Michaela Curlis, and Reserve Champion Taya Thompson. Final call, Hamp Class 1, Melee Lovato, Emma Burdick, Cooper Sanchez, and Guthrie Watkins. First call, Hamp Class 2, Addison Aldersea, Rowdy Baker, Sage Sterner, Waylon Faree, Bemley Watkins, and Guthrie Watkins.
Yep, you were fourth. Nope, she was 4, 3, 2, 1. A nice way to go ahead and kick off our Hamp division and a logical place to start. The young man's ewe lamb, she's just a little shorter and rounder there in the pitch to her hip. She's the highest quality in this particular grouping. Short-bladed, tall-fronted, very tidy in the way that she's constructed up front as well. Congratulations to him. The ewe lamb that's going to land into probably just the most powerful here within this particular lineup. Round-bodied, huge and massive in the spread that she's got down the top side of her skeleton. For me, young lady, her maturity pattern reads just a little bit quicker. Consequently, she's just built shorter and more compact off either end of her skeleton. Probably could free her up in the way that she goes off both ends as well. Congratulations to you as well. The sheep that's going to land here in 3, he is tight-hided, very smooth in terms of his handle quality. For me, young man here from the profile, a little longer in terms of his blade, a little deeper to the base of his chest. Sheep that wants to duck his pins in motion. He's got some extra set built into his hind leg as well. Young lady's ewe lamb that's going to round out our top 4 lever lines. An image here from the profile, tall-shouldered, very good in terms of her underline progression. For me, young lady, just a little bit fragile and petite there in terms of her bone work at the surface. A ewe lamb that can naturally be opened up and stoutened up all the way through. Congratulations to these 4 exhibitors.
Results of Ham Class 1, first place, Cooper Sanchez. Second place, Emma Burdick. Third place, Guthrie Watkins. And fourth place, Melee Lovato. Class 2 of Hamps is coming in. Can I please have first and second of Class 1 waiting in the holding area?
Good way to go ahead and wrap up our Hamp division here, and a very logical place to start. And the young man's weather that does so very, very powerful. And he's square to his edges, especially here over his rack and his upper hip. Then the young lady's ewe-lamb that's going to go ahead and land into big and bubbly in terms of his muscle pattern all the way through. Congratulations to that young man. The ewe-lamb that's going to land into probably a shot more appropriate here in terms of her balance. Taller shouldered and a female that's leveler in terms of the way she's designed in terms of her top line. For me, young lady, maturity is probably starting to get the best of her. She started to round off and plane off in terms of the shape that she's got working over her rack. She's probably just a shot up right there in the build to her hind leg. It's especially apparent when she goes there in motion. I like her image and balance a good deal, though, here from the side. The sheep that's going to go ahead and land here in third, I just thought he was fresher compositionally than what remained behind him. Lean and expressive in terms of his muscle shape, the late maturing sheep that comes with the added length of body here from the profile. For me, young man, when we get on top of him, he's naturally just built a shot flatter there in terms of his rib cage. Sheep that naturally needs to be stouter and wider there in terms of his pin set power that he has to offer all the way through. On the contrary, the ewe-lamb that's going to land in fourth, she is rounder bodied and wider constructed than the young man's weather that stands directly ahead of her. For me, her balance a bit off from here from the profile, longer and deeper there to the edge of her blade and her chest floor. And for me, young lady, she's got some extra set and curl there to her hind leg. We could amp her up in terms of her substance at the surface. A good looking and pattern type of a ewe-lamb that's going to go ahead and land here in five, tall shouldered, long bodied, and very level design. She's a little fragile there in terms of her bone work. A female that needs to be rounder in terms of her body shape, stouter in what she's got to offer from behind as well. A good class. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Results of Ham Class 2, first place, Rowdy Baker. Second place, Addison Aldersea. Third place, Waylon Free. Fourth place, Bemley Watkins. Fifth place, Guthrie Watkins. And sixth place, Sage Sterner. Can I please have Cooper Sanchez and Emma Burdick back for Hamp Class 1, and Rowdy Baker and Addison Aldersea back for Class 2. First call, super lightweight Class 1 of the crossbreds, Rowdy Baker and Olivia Johnson, head to the holding area. In Class 2 of our crossbreds, Quinn Schneider, Blair Sanchez, Cooper Sanchez, Michaela Curlis, Rowdy Baker, Holden Killian with 2 entries, Marissa Merrill and Dawson Sedman.
Well, just to recap the Hampshire division that we've had here, the ewe-lamb that came out of Class 1, loin forward has got a good look. Tall-shouldered, very tidy in the way she's constructed up front. She's probably just a bit shorter and rounder there in the pitch to her hip. She's just a bit flatter there in the way she's constructed in terms of her body shape. She's not as powerful as the sheep that stands directly behind her, but I like her look up front a good deal. A wide constructed round body type of a ewe-lamb was second in that particular class. Little compact and upright off either end. A very powerful sheep that just won our last class of Hamps here. He's probably not the trimmest and the cleanest there in the way he's constructed up front, but overwhelming and very square to his edges. The ewe-lamb that was second in that particular class, better in terms of her balance here from the profile. Maturity has probably started to get the best of her, starting to round off there in terms of her shape. So again, maybe a closer decision to be made here for reserve and an easy division winner. I'll go ahead and shake the hand of your champion in reserve, but please congratulate our Hampshire exhibitors.
Champion Hamp exhibited by Rowdy Baker, and reserve champion exhibited by Cooper Sanchez. Final call, Class 1 of your crossbreds, Rowdy Baker and Olivia Johnson.
Well, just a pair to go ahead and kick off our lightest weight division here within our blackface breed, and a good class winner at that. Very, very powerful. He is beautiful in terms of his hide quality, big and square in the shape that he's got working over his rack, round-bodied, big and square in terms of his pin set. Probably not just the shortest bladed, not the most attractive there in the set to his hind leg, but his muscularity is commendable. The ewe-lamb that's going to go ahead and land into late maturing, tall-shouldered, lots of altitude and extension up front. For me, young lady, a little fragile and petite there in terms of her bone work. She's got some extra set built into her hind leg. A female we could amp up in terms of her true width and power directly behind, but you've done a good job with her. Congratulations to those two.
Champion super lightweight exhibited by Rowdy Baker and reserve Olivia Johnson. Coming into the ring should be lightweight class 1. Quinn Schneider, Blair Sanchez, Cooper Sanchez, Michaela Curlis, Rowdy Baker, Holden Killian with 2 entries, Marissa Merrill, and Dawson Sudman. Final call. Final call medium weight class 1. Lila Conklin, Whitley Smalley, Andrea Rose, Hannah Schick, Dugan Kriz, Mackenzie Merrill, Lana Johnson, Olivia Johnson, and Bethany Gassner. Possible bad news for a red Ford Platinum Super Duty with Colorado plates of 781 RRD. You're about to get towed, so please move your truck. Lana and Olivia Johnson, please go to the holding area for medium weight class 1.
A nice trio of them, and I think discussion in sorts, and I'm probably not going to argue too much one way or the other, but I am going to tell you what I see between the three. The sheep that starts, I kind of had to ask myself to get this lined up. I said, okay, which one would I want to have in the barn and be feeding on and probably see the most future in? And that's the young lady's blue sheep. His height of shoulder, his extension up front, his length, his levelness of lines. Now my hold up on him, he is not the roundest bodied sheep I've ever seen, and he's going to have to come along there to the edge of his loin. We could amp him up in terms of his shape there to his lower stifle and leg. But again, his lines, balance, symmetry, altitude here from the profile, the best in my particular opinion. The ewe lamb that's going to go ahead and land into, if we didn't have to move or walk him, she makes a case to start because she is perfectly square in the shape and spread down the top side of her skeleton, round and opened up there in terms of her rib cage. And when she parks here from the profile, her lines come together extremely balanced. When she goes in motion, young lady, she really wants to roll up there in the middle of her spine and her loin. She wants to suck up back to her rear abdomen. If we can make her maintain the same look of balance that she does standing still in motion, it becomes a much closer race for me. 3/4 shot is my favorite view of the young man's weather that's going to go ahead and land here in third. He is radical bodied, grooved up, and extremely expressive in the shape that he's got over his rack. Big, opened up, and bubbly in his view here from behind. For me, young man, his balance never came together quite right here from the side. A sheep that's just a shot more petite there in terms of his actual footwork and bone size at the surface. Sheep that's built rounder in terms of his hip, pretty tight and wound up there in the build to his hind leg. He wants to come apart specifically in motion as well, but I respect this view right here. Respect his shape, touch, and tone, a good deal. Lines and symmetry of the ewe lamb that's going to land here in 4 are very good on the standstill. Dead level in terms of her top line, a female that's built dead level with added length there to her hip, the right kind of progression to her underline. For me, young lady, from this view right here, although upstanding and expressive in her shape, she's naturally built flatter in terms of her forerib and her body shape. A ewe lamb that's not nearly just built as wide and as opened up all the way through as the sheep that are going to go ahead and precede her, but I like her balance here from the profile a good deal. Loin forward, a lot to like about the ewe lamb too that's going to go ahead and land here in 5. It's got an uphill image parked here from the profile. When we get on top of the sheep, young man, she is naturally built flatter in terms of her rib cage as well. She's not nearly just as square or as expressive in the shape that she's got working there over her rack, that she's just a bit shorter and rounder there in the pitch to her hip. But again, parts and pieces I like a good deal from the profile. So congratulations to these exhibitors on a job well done.
Results of lightweight division. Champion lightweight goes to Michaela Curlis. Reserve goes to Blair Sanchez. 3rd place, Rowdy Baker. 4th place, Dawson Sedman. 5th place, Cooper Sanchez. 6th place, Marissa Merrill. 7th place, Quinn Schneider. 8th place, Holden Killian. 9th place, Holden Killian. Coming in the ring is our medium weight class 1. First call, heavyweights, class 1, Reese West, Ainsley Carpenter, Emberlyn Holtzclaw, Rylan Lebovitz, Michaela Curlis, Bemley Watkins, Kason Bowman, Olivia Johnson, Tegan Savage, and Daenerys Schmidl. Please make your way to the holding area.
A nice class here within our medium weight division, and a good pair of them at the top end. And to tell you where the young lady's weather wins, that does so. And I know he doesn't necessarily want to cooperate with her just perfect, but he is so much fresher in the way he touches here over his rack, trimmer and leaner here in terms of his body wall. You know, and then off to the side, like I said, he really wants to fight her, so he never just wants to naturally relax there in terms of his spine. But a big-footed sheep that's long-bodied, got a good look of quality and balance here from the profile when he finally settles in for the young lady. The sheep that's going to land in second, actually taller shouldered, and he's naturally built looser and more comfortable there in terms of his spine, very flexible in the build to his hind leg. Do a really nice job showing him, and he comes together extremely good in his lines from the profile. We get our hands on him, young lady, and he has started to plane off and roll off in the shape over his rack. He's pushing some extra fluff here down into his elbow pocket. Sheep that naturally needs to be opened up there in terms of his pin set as well. But like I said, I like his image here from the profile. The sheep that's going to go ahead and land here in 3, he is tight-heighted and expressive in the shape that he's got working down the top side of his skeleton. For me, young lady, from the profile here, I don't have anything wrong with the way he's built up front. More importantly, he's shorter and rounder there to the pitch to his hip. It's got some extra set built into his hind leg as well. But again, a good touching type of a sheep. The ewe-lamb here in 4, same story, very tight-heighted and expressive in terms of her muscle shape and pattern. For me, young lady, she's easier to pick on here from the side. It's almost a rib too long, which doesn't allow her balance to come together, wants to deviate and come apart there in terms of her loin. A ewe-lamb that's just a shot more upright in terms of her angularity off either end of her skeleton. I apologize. The weather that's going to go ahead and land here in 5, stout, powerful, and opened up all the way through. He hits me just a bit quicker there in terms of his maturity pattern, consequently just more compact off either end of his skeleton, a sheep that we could freshen up compositionally as well. A good class. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Results of the medium weight division. Your champion, Andrea Rose. Your reserve champion, Hannah Schick. 3rd place, Whitley Smalley. 4th place, Mackenzie Merrill. 5th place, Bethany Gassner. 6th place, Lila Conklin. 7th place, Lana Johnson. 8th place, Olivia Johnson. Coming in is your heavyweight division, Class 1. Reese West, Ainsley Carpenter, Emberlyn Holtzclaw, Rylan Lebovitz, Michaela Curlis, Bemley Watkins, Kason Bowman, Olivia Johnson, and Tegan Savage, and Denarius Smittle. First call, heavyweight, Class 2. Extra heavyweight, Class 1, excuse me. Kenzie Johnson, Drayden Morrison, Cyrus Shank, Leah Mojetta, Emily Shuck, Ruby Wolfley, Kason Bowman, Demi Kriz, Dawson Sedman. If you are champion or reserve cross, I need you back for the overall champion and reserve crossbred, please.
Well, I'll be honest. I've been waiting for this sheep to come back in since the young man showed him in showmanship. And what took me a second was really the decision made between 2 and 3. And if you followed me all day or you've listened to me talk sheep, I'm not necessarily just a muscle person. I don't have to have the biggest muscle thing ever to go ahead and use it. And I don't necessarily get excited by things that are overly heavy muscled if they're not built right. This sheep gets me excited, and he does things that are very, very hard to do and extremely impressive. And I've spent the past 4 years in Texas, and this sheep has got the kind of true rib cage shape and spread that it takes to play on a big stage like that. That is a big view from behind, and to be able to be naturally built that wide, that stout, and powerful all the way through, and still get out and go and maintain his front end quality, maintain his flexibility and balance there in motion is very impressive and hard to do and put together in the same kind of package. Is he the shortest bladed, or is he the trimmest and most tucked up there to the base of his chest? And no, he is not. But the things that sheep combines and puts together are very, very impressive. The sheep that's going to land here in 2, I thought the decision was made here in motion, and he's not perfect there in his get up there from behind and the build to his hind leg when he goes in motion. I still thought he was longer in terms of his hip and more appropriate in terms of his flexibility than the sheep that's going to go ahead and land in 3. Here from the profile, he's still wedged tight and trimmed there in the way that he's constructed up front, and when the young man gets his top line pulled together, his lines run the right direction. We get on the top of the sheep. He is not just as round in terms of his rib cage. He's not naturally as edgy there to the shape of his rack. More importantly, a sheep that naturally needs to be set wider in terms of his pin set, naturally just a shot wider there in the way that he's built from behind before it becomes a closer conversation. The sheep here in 3 has a lot of merit standing still. This view right here, uphill image, dead level there in terms of his lines, upper and lower. And then you get your hands on him, and he is really crisp and square and fresh here in the way that he touches down his back. For me, young lady, when he goes in motion is where he starts to fall apart. Sheep that wants to operate with more shoulder and chest, he's built the most vertical there in the angle to his shoulder, the most upright in the build to his hind leg. If he went more flexible and maintained this kind of image in motion, it would certainly become a closer conversation for him to go ahead and slide second. The sheep that's going to land here in 4th, naturally very big-footed, stout structured, and fuzzy there at the surface. For me, young lady, little long in terms of his blade, little deep there to the base of his chest. We could open him up and amp him up in terms of his pin set and muscularity from behind. A late maturing female that's very good in terms of her lines is going to go ahead and wrap up our top 5. For me, young lady, little fragile in terms of her bone work and structure there at the surface. She's got some extra set built into her hind leg. I didn't think she offered just the same look of quality here from the profile as the sheep that are going to go ahead and precede her. A good class, a tremendous class winner. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Champion heavyweight goes to Kason Bowman. Reserve champion heavyweight, Reese West. 3rd place, Michaela Curlis. 4th place, Tegan Savage. 5th place, Emberlyn Holtzclaw. 6th place, Olivia Johnson. 7th place, Ryland Lebovitz. 8th place, Bemley Watkins. 9th place, Denarius Schmidl. And 10th place, Ainsley Carpenter. Coming in for our extra heavyweight class is coming in the ring. If you are champion or reserve of your division, please make your way to the holding area. If you are a champion or reserve of your division, please make your way to the holding area for champion overall crossbred. Following that division, we will do champion overall market lamb. At 3 o'clock in the exhibit hall parking lot, they are giving away free popsicles. So if you would like a free popsicle, go to the parking lot by the exhibit hall. I do still have quite a list of pin of 2. If you want to continue in the pin of 2, don't tell me anything. If you would like to scratch, please let me know.
Well, a tremendous way to go ahead and wrap up our blackface division. And I'm getting really excited to choose your division winner within that particular breed and then get our final drive back out here within our 4-H show. And the sheep that wins, to be a big heavyweight sheep like this, he has been managed beautifully. He is perfectly fresh here in the shape over his rack, naturally round there in terms of his rib cage, built really, really square and opened up in terms of his pin set. Overwhelmingly powerful, yet still his balance and lines are about as good as you could ask for here from the profile for to be packing that much heat. Congratulations to that young man. The sheep that's going to go ahead and land here in 2 is just the next freshest in terms of his image here from the profile, tall-shouldered, very tidy in terms of the way that he's constructed up front. For me, young lady, when we get on top of the sheep, he's naturally built flatter in terms of his rib cage. We need to open him up and stouten him up in terms of his pin set, the shape that he's got to offer down through his lower leg, which done a nice job with him. The sheep that's going to go ahead and land here in 3 does so from the profile, tall-shouldered, late maturing, and really, really extended. For me, young lady, he too, when we step in behind him, is just a bit stellar here in terms of the shape that he has to offer down the top side of his skeleton. A sheep that's got some extra set and curl there built into his hind leg as well. Again, you do a great job sticking him, though. Sheep that's going to land here at 4 is leaner compositionally and more appropriate from a composition standpoint than the sheep that lands in 5. He is tight-hided and expressive, big and square here in the way he touches over his rack. For me, young lady, he's just a shot too upright and compact off either end of his skeleton. We got to see him more flexible in the way that he manages his spine, the way that he manages his appendages off either end of his skeleton in motion, but a good touching sheep nonetheless. A high quality wether that a couple months ago I'm sure was a very, very nice sheep, young lady. Here today, just a bit too mature for me. A little thicker and coarser up front. He's fallen out to the base of his shoulder and his chest. He needs to be fresher in terms of the shape and the way that he handles down the top side of his skeleton as well. A good class and another really good class winner. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Champion extra heavyweight lamb goes to Kason Bowman. Reserve champion, Syra Shank. Third place, Dawson Sedman. Fourth place, Kenzie Johnson. Fifth place, Ruby Wolfley. Sixth place, Drayden Morrison. Seventh place, Liam Ojeda. Eighth, Demi Kriz. And ninth, Emily Shuck. In the holding pin, we should have champion in reserve from every division in the cross. Super lightweight champion, Rowdy Baker, and reserve is Olivia Johnson. Lightweight champion, Michaela Curlis, reserve Blair Sanchez. Medium weight champion, Andrea Rose, reserve Hannah Schick. Heavyweight champion, Kason Bowman, reserve Reese West. And extra heavyweight champion is Kason Bowman, and reserve is Syra Shank. Also, attention to all exhibitors in the building. If you have not completed your sale meeting, the last one is in 10 minutes in the meeting room. Every member has to have a sale card signed and a meeting has to have been attended. So please make sure that you have your sale card signed before the end of today.
Very pleased by the representatives. We get back out here in our blackface division. To recap really quick, a good pair that came out of our first class. The sheep that won, the heaviest muscled and the best touching. In the grand scheme of things, he's probably just a little short, low to the ground and compact for me. The ewe lamb that was second in that particular class, good in terms of her lines, not nearly just as bulky and powerful as other sheep out here. We started to get into the heat here in class 2. We got a trio, if I remember right, in that particular class that offered some challenge. The sheep that won, his lines and symmetry were the absolute best. We talked about it. He's naturally built just a shot flatter there in terms of his rib cage. He needs time to chunk up there in terms of his loin and through the seat of his pants. The ewe lamb that was second in that class touches beautifully in the shape she's got down the top side of her skeleton. She wants to roll up there in the middle of her loin and suck up in her lower abdomen when she goes in motion, but her balance is good on the standstill. The sheep that won this third class did so from a handle quality standpoint, very lean and expressive in terms of his muscle shape, tight in terms of his hide quality. Here from the profile, just a little too long and deep up front relative to his flank line. His balance doesn't come together quite right, or nor does he ever naturally just relax there in terms of his spine. A good looking type of weather that's more flexible but not nearly as fresh to the touch was second in that particular class. I thought we started to really get into the thick of things here when we hit class 4. We talked about this sheep, and I won't ramble on again about how impressive he is. And this view right here is my absolute favorite, to come with that kind of body shape, spread, dimension all the way through. Absolutely touches like a dream. And then when he gets out and goes, he is still up-headed, cocky up front. Everything runs in the right direction. We talked about it when he gets parked here from the profile, not the shortest bladed, not the tidiest there to the base of his chest, but a really good sheep nonetheless. The sheep that was second in that particular class, young man does a great job getting him showed, very tidy up front. His lines are very good here from the profile. When he goes in motion, he's not perfect in the way that he utilizes his hind leg. More importantly, we need to open him up, make him ranker in terms of his rib cage and his upper hip. An overwhelming type of a sheep that just won our last class, as we talked about, a big heavyweight sheep that is still fresh in terms of his muscularity and handle quality. When he goes in motion, he's probably borderline just a little upright in terms of his hind leg if we're going to pick on him in an area or two. And then a good-looking sheep that's not nearly just as massive and bulky was second in that particular group. So with that being said, I'm really excited about the pair of sheep that's going to come out of this division. And then to get into our grand drive here in a second, let's please put our hands together for our blackface exhibitors on a job well done.
Champion Cross exhibited by Kason Bowman. In reserve, Champion Cross exhibited by Kason Bowman. All reserve champion and champion lambs need to come back for the overall 4-H market lamb. Following the decision of that, we will have Penna-twos to allow for the champion and reserve champion FFA showman to prepare to come back for the overall supreme champion lamb. Champion Whiteface, Cooper Baumgartner, reserve Skyla Hockenberg. Champion Speckled Face, Michaela Pinder, and reserve Addison Aldersea. Champion AOB, Blair Sanchez, and reserve Grace Baumgartner. Champion Natural, Michaela Curlis, reserve Taya Thompson. Champion Hamp, Rowdy Baker, reserve Cooper Sanchez. In Champion Crossbred, Kason Bowman, reserve Kason Bowman.
I've been extremely pleased by the quality that we've had throughout the entire day on both sides, our FFA and our 4-H show. And our 4-H show followed the same mold, same kind of quality is back and represented here within our final drive to get you your champion in reserve. And I just want to make a few brief comments because I know numbers may dwindle ringside when we get to our Supreme drive here in a second. So before we shake the hand of your champion in reserve here within our 4-H show, I want to say thank you for the opportunity to join you here to sort through your sheep show. It's been an absolute blast. If you listen to my bio, I'm originally from the state of Arizona, and I spent a lot of time jackpotting north of me in the state of Utah, and then coming up to Wyoming to jackpot as well. And so every opportunity I get to come back and judge shows out here, I absolutely scoop up and take, because not only do I know the quality of livestock, but more importantly, the quality of young people and just their showmanship ability, their drive, and their want for it. I'll tell you what, if you've gone to any other place in the country and been to a livestock show, you will not find as many kids that want it as bad as the kids do here. And the kids that are actually putting the work in at the barn, and the kids that are going out there and feeding every morning and every afternoon, and they truly want it, and they truly want to be successful out here. And that's commendable, because that's what this is about, and that's why we're doing this, is to raise our kids, and the sheep are only a tool and a vehicle to do that. So with that being said, I hope you thank the people standing around ringside, especially at a county fair. This is probably the most amount of family we will ever have sitting around ringside watching their kiddos or their grandkids, nieces, nephews show. And you may not think anything of it or blink twice at it, but I would give anything to be back in your shoes with my grandparents sitting up in the bleachers watching me. And so I hope you take the time to say thank you to those people sitting around ringside that came to support you. Thank you to the people that are allowing you to be involved in this industry, because you are absolutely doing the best thing possible for your future by being involved in this. So we're going to pick you a champion in reserve here within our 4-H show. I want to talk about the two sheep that are in consideration, and it's probably no secret to me. The young lady's blue sheep, the kind of sheep in silhouette that I am naturally drawn to here from the profile. I don't know if you could get out your sketchbook and draw one any better here in terms of his lines. His altitude up front, his neck set, his shoulder blade, his chest floor sits absolutely perfect into him. Then he is built dead level in terms of his top line, the right kind of progression to his underline. And, you know, you get your hands on him, and I guess he's still really fresh in the shape that he's got working down the top side of his skeleton. You got to ask yourself, from directly behind in this view right here, it is really hard to run with the kind of horsepower that is represented in the other sheep that's in contention. He is not nearly just as rank in his rib cage. He is not naturally just as opened up in terms of his pin set. Then he goes in motion, and I'm not calling him just the bendiest thing in the way that he utilizes his hind leg, but again, I don't know if you could draw one any better in terms of his lines there from the profile. Our crossbred, we talked about it, and I've rambled on and on. One of the more impressive animals muscularity-wise that I probably have ever seen. Absolutely beautiful and rank in terms of his rib cage, perfectly square. He has got a bare back laid into him, big, opened up in terms of his pin set, and then like I said, everything still runs the right direction when he goes in motion. Is he just the trimmest in terms of the way that he's constructed in his shoulder blade and chest floor? No, he's not. So I think the two sheep, again, that are going to come out of this particular show are polar opposites, and I'm okay with that. I think both of them are extremely high quality, and we've had good sheep all day long. So if you would, please put your hands together for all of our 4-H exhibitors. We're going to get you your champion in reserve.
Congratulations to Kason Bowman for his champion overall market lamb. And congratulations to Michaela Curlis for her reserve champion overall 4-H market lamb. While we wait for our champion and reserve 4-H to meet our champion and reserve FFA lambs to meet for the overall supreme, I would like to have our pin of 2. I have entries for Taya Thompson, Waylon Faree, Holden Killian, Kason Bowman, McKinley Sunderland, Mackenzie Merrill, Lana Johnson. Ryan Fairherm, Addison Aldersea, Reagan Allen, Blair Sanchez, Cooper Sanchez, Quinsley Cardona, and Brinley Cardona. Final call for Penna 2. If you're not in the holding ring, we're going to go in without you in about 2 minutes. Penna 2's last call.
Well, a nice way to go ahead and conclude and wrap up our 4-H show here with our pairs. And the pair that wins, honestly, the most different of any pair that we have in here. And I've been on that train today, and we've talked about it, that quality comes in different packages. And those are the two highest quality, two heaviest muscled sheep within this particular grouping. Congratulations to those two young people. Pair of speckles that come in next. We talked about them in terms of their lines, their look, sheep that maybe aren't just as round in terms of their body shape or as big in terms of their upper hip. Guys have done a very nice job. Young ladies here are doing a great job both showing their spec weather and ewe lamb. And again, very good in terms of their lines, a little fragile in terms of their bone work. Need to be opened up here directly behind it in order to move up any higher. So same story for our 4th and 5th place pairs. Tall-shouldered, good-looking sheep. Need to open them up in the rib cage, down them up at the surface. You young people have done a very, very nice job. Keep up the hard work. Congratulations to you all.
Okay, coming into the ring, we have our champion FFA Market Lamb exhibited by Ethan Bomberger and reserve champion Reese West. And our champion 4-H Market Lamb exhibited by Jackson Bowman and our reserve Michaela Curlis.
Well, I certainly don't want to take up any more of your time here tonight and this evening, but I have really enjoyed my time here sorting through your sheep show. And again, I am so pleased with the quality, not only of the sheep that we've had, but the young people that have had the opportunity to work with. I want to share a story really quick and something that's just been heavy on my mind the past probably 12 hours. Last night, I flew into Denver and I had to drive up here to Cheyenne, and I flew in pretty late, and I spent about an hour at the rental car center trying to get anything but an electric car. And once I did, got into Cheyenne at about 11:30, and I get in my hotel room, and I haven't had the opportunity to see Nicole here that coordinates everything for you guys, but she had left me this cute little llama bag filled with all these goodies. And I was completely taken aback because I had never had a show make some type of gesture like that. And I got to thinking, and I thought, the way that changed the entire trajectory of my day and my night, and some little gesture that someone thought to make. And it got me thinking, I'm like, it really is the little things in life. And this morning, and this isn't going to turn into a sermon by any means, but this morning I get a devotional that pops up on my phone, and it talks about how God finds us and he shows up in the little moments and the little things in our life. And I started to think about how showing sheep has a lot to do with that too. And we think this is the big moment. This is all that matters, is the minute that we get to hit that gate, the minute we get to show, and this decides everything. And it by no means does. It is the little things that decide who not only is going to be successful when you show up to the show, the little things that you do day in and day out, but it is what you consider the little things, the dinner with your parents, the dinners with your families after the show, the friends that you make around here, helping that little kid with showmanship ringside. It is those little things that I promise you will look back on and be the most thankful for. And it is those little things that are going to shape you into the individual and the adult that you will be because you were involved in this industry. So just something that I've been thinking about, and I hope you take the time to enjoy the little things. I hope you take the time to find the happiness in the little things moving forward. So with that being said, we're going to get you a champion in reserve overall. Again, so pleased and thankful for the opportunity to join you all today. If we could, let's congratulate all of our market lamb exhibitors. We're going to get you a champion in reserve.
Champion Supreme Market Lamb exhibited by Ethan Bomberger, and Reserve Champion Overall Market Lamb exhibited by Kason Bowman. That concludes the Market Lamb show. Just some housekeeping. We have a couple lambs that got out of their pen. They were placed in a tack stall on the in the lamb barn. Please make sure that your lambs are where they're supposed to be and that their pins are locked. If they're escape artists, figure out how to keep your pin closed. In addition, make sure that your hallways are swept up and that your tack areas are clean, and that you have gotten your backdrop picture taken and that you have a sale card that is signed.